Welcome to day 2 of CHIL. I'm Roxana Daneshjou. I'm really happy to have all of us join us in beautiful Berkeley. Even though I'm from Stanford, I'll still say that. So we had a really great day yesterday. We kicked off by talking about a framework for responsible AI, and I just think that centers our values here at CHIL, that it doesn't matter what happens outside, we still care about making sure that the AI we build is fair and does not harm groups that have been historically excluded. And then we had a lovely talk about innovation in healthcare by the CPH director, Dr. Ida Sim, and then a talk from Dr. Guillermo Sapiro about all the amazing things that they can predict with wearables. And as someone who has 2 children, I can attest that I aged a lot during that. I didn't need to see that wearable data to know that. We had, it says, a thoughtful panel discussion. I'm going to say it was a spicy panel discussion on Gen AI use and ethics. Our panelists rose to the challenge. We had some amazing poster sessions with, this year's accepted papers. And the bar was high, let me tell you. The bar was high because my group did not have their paper accepted. As well as a doctoral symposium poster session and lightning talks. So, sorry, it's still same slide. Today we have another dynamic lineup, and we have keynotes from Dr. Judy Gichoya and Dr. Peter Szolovits. And then my co-chair and I are very excited to present a year in review in health AI from January 2024 to January of this year. And then we're going to have these research roundtables, a panel on translational research in a rapidly changing world, which is really actually about how do we get funding in this environment. And then I'm very excited, please stay till the end, because we have a fireside chat with Andrea Downing, talking about how we bring patients in and keep patients sort of centered in the work that we do. Okay, I have some housekeeping things to go over. The conference program's on the website. Please adhere to the code of conduct. It's in the lobby and it's also posted online. The restrooms, you can go either downstairs or upstairs to use them. And then please recycle your badges by leaving them at the registration desk at the end of the day. We are in Berkeley after all. We are not going to be doing wasteful things. And then, sorry, I was supposed to go to the next slide. I'm really excited about this part because, honoring excellence is always fun. I get the honor of announcing the Best Paper Awards, and I apologize ahead of time. I'm going to do my best with the names. So for track 1, and then, once you get your name announced, please come up, get your certificate. Evidently, you get to take a picture with me. I know that's not very exciting, but sorry. So for track 1, we have multi-view contrastive learning for robust domain adaptation and medical time series analysis by Young-Kyung Oh and Alex Bowie. Don't forget to update your CV, because I never want to update my CV. Okay, for track 2, we have Laptop, a unified model for lab test outcome prediction on electronic health records by Soojiong Im and Jungwoo Oh. And last but certainly not least, for track 3, we have learning disease progression models that capture health disparities by Erica Chiang. Oh, it's the home team. I would like to have Dr. Peter Szolovits come to the stage. He's going to be doing an in memoriam for Dr. Atul Butte. As many of you may know, Dr. Atul Butte was a giant in this field, and he was actually one of my thesis committee advisors, and also met with me before I switched from the MD to the MD PhD track. And the thing about Atul that I want everyone to know, sorry, I'm not doing like my own thing, but I just did want to share, is that he just had a heart of gold, which you don't see as often in academia, and he would talk to anyone, and he was just so excited about providing mentorship to the next generation. So to me, like, that's going to be a huge part of his legacy, is this whole group of, trainees who are hopefully going to carry on the very, very bright light that he was.
Okay. Good morning. So it's a sad occasion, of course. I knew Atul quite well when he was a student, and turned to him for advice in my own work later in his career. So I just wanted to say a few words about him. As Roxana said, he was really a truly golden person, just a wonderful person. And I think not only his family and friends, but also the entire field will miss his contributions and his generosity of spirit. This is a picture from the early 2000s of us celebrating something, and I don't remember what, at Harvard. And these are a bunch of people in HST and in the Harvard Biomedical Informatics, Harvard MIT Biomedical Informatics program at the time. Atul's, my official connection with him was that in 2002, he did his master's thesis in that HST Biomedical Informatics program. He came to us pretty fully formed. He had a bachelor's degree in computer science from Brown University, and then an MD also from Brown. And then he had done his residency and a fellowship in pediatric endocrinology. So he was a fully formed doctor by the time I met him. And he decided that the future of medicine was going to be computational. And so he enrolled in our master's program, did very well, wrote this thesis on functional genomics. Zach Kohana and I were his supervisors in that work. And Zach then persuaded him to stay on and join our PhD program, which he did under Zach's supervision, and I was one of his readers. Then he went off and not surprisingly had a number of job offers, wound up at Stanford, led some big initiatives there, and then was recruited up the peninsula to UCSF, where he had the opportunity to unify all of the data collection from the various University of California hospitals. And this was a celebration of his PhD thesis. Zach was asleep. So in the mid-2000s, when he was just an assistant professor at Stanford, he and Zach and Alvin Coe wrote this book, which I loved. It was, as far as I know, the first book that tried to really critically examine the work that came as a consequence of the success of the Human Genome Project. But these guys were very skeptical about the way that a lot of this work was being done. And I remember from the opening page of the book, there's a statement that half the papers published today will need to be retracted at some point in the future because the methodology was so poor that they're probably not correct. I don't think half the papers have been retracted, but a lot of learning has happened since then. So Atul went on to a spectacularly successful career. This was in the early 2000s. We were at a conference in California at Children's Hospital of Orange County talking about what medicine was going to be like in 2040. Nice future prediction. And this is quintessential, sort of humble, kind, gentle Atul, very, very helpful in all cases. One of my favorite experiences with him, this was at a talk he gave at Harvard, and you have to have a conflict of interest statement, but he was so happy to be able to spend 5 minutes going through all of his conflicts because it was a sign of the influence that he had in the field, that he was consulting for all these companies, had started several companies of his own, and a lot of his students went on to be entrepreneurial as well in this space. And so in some sense, this slide was perhaps more important than the rest of the presentation that he gave, and he was very proud of it. Last year, he was selected as the winner of the Morris Collin Award of Excellence from the ACME, the American College of Medical Informatics. And I don't think we have time to go through it, but if you're interested, if you just Google Atul Butte Morris Collin Award, you'll find a lovely video that was created by the National Library of Medicine that celebrates his career and his accomplishments and why he was given this lifetime award for contributions. So I'm very sad I was very sad on the occasion of his death. I'm happy to be able to celebrate his life here, and I think we owe a great deal of gratitude to the contributions that he has made to our field. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Szolovits, for such a kind, warm, and informative memoriam about Atul. It is a huge loss to our field. I knew Atul as a postdoc, and he was just a very kind person and had such a grand vision for how to bring medical informatics to a really broken field of healthcare, informatics-wise. So I hope that the people in this room can continue to carry on his vision. With that, one of the key pieces of this conference that Roxana and I were very excited, along with the organizers, to present to everyone was a year in review, kind of looking back on the literature over the past year, getting a feel for what were kind of the major themes or areas or leaps that have been made, and thinking how this might lead to the next year of amazing advancements in our field. So this year in review was prepared in I'm going to call it semi-systematic way. There were a team of amazing students who helped curate the literature. I'm actually going to ask those who are here to stand up that contributed to this year in review. It was a massive effort. I see a lot at this table here. So we have Bill, Lior, Young, if you guys are willing to stand up and give a wave. They put in a lot of effort and got a little bit of free lunch along with their efforts. Yihong, Shreya, Anita, Karnika, Anika, Harrison. So if you have any questions about kind of the process that we went through, this was, some members here and some members afar, the core digging team. So maybe a round of applause for them in advance. And all of you, everybody had the opportunity to contribute, so we got a lot of paper suggestions. The names of folks who actually made paper suggestions are up here. And I'll go through on the next slide kind of the process for how we went through this broader literature to determine what should be included in this year in review. So we're going to say systematically identify, because systematic reviews have a very specific process that they follow. We had about 3 weeks to really do the digging here. It was not enough time. Normally when my group does a systematic review, we take usually about a year. So 3 weeks was a really small amount of time, and we did our best to kind of mimic the process of a systematic review. And so we used a hybrid approach where we combined structured search with community input and expert curation. So what this looked like is first identifying the group of papers that we could look through. One of those was crowdsourcing. So you may have seen we had LinkedIn, X/Twitter, Blue Sky posts. On the registration site, people had the opportunity to submit papers that they thought would be a good fit. We sent out through the listservs Google Forms for people to contribute. So this was a way to get lots of ideas in the room, and one of the things that we wanted to make sure was that there was an opportunity for those who might not otherwise have visibility, maybe papers that weren't published in the top journal, but actually the quality of the work was really high. So that was one of the goals here. And on the last slide of this year in review, we're going to be asking you all for some feedback if you see ways that we can improve this process. So the hope is that we can do this again going forward and continue to improve. We used some AI tools, which was very interesting. I will say Gemini and Claude did not do such a hot job, but we got some interesting results from Perplexity AI, Grok, Scholar GPT, ChatGPT, Dimensions, and so we included those in the overall list of papers that we were looking at. Made sure that there were not hallucination papers, of which we found some in some of the tools. We looked through publication databases. This was the more systematic review, traditional style, using structured search terms. And we looked in the top journals in the field. So on Google Scholar, if you search biomedical informatics, there's a top 20 journals. We went through those top 20 journals and we looked at the editor's choice. We looked at the most cited, albeit we realized that looking at just 1 year, most cited is kind of tricky. But there were actually some papers that had a number of citations that helped out. And then we also looked at top downloads. So from that, we had 855 papers that were in this spreadsheet. And actually, our goal after this is to share all of the information. So if you are interested and want to go through all 855 papers, those will be made available to you, as well as the slides here. And of those, the team looked through duplicates, looked through field relevance, looked through generalizability and perceived impact. So when we say systematic, this is the very subjective part. So because we were a small team and we had a lot of papers to go through, there is subjectivity in this process. We went from title and abstract to about 117 papers where we wanted to do a deeper dive. So we did paper skims, and then we went to full paper review for 54 of those papers. And of those, the questions that we looked at were on impact. And the questions around impact are novelty. Is this something new to the field? Is this introducing new concepts, new techniques, a new paradigm that wasn't common in the field before? Is there influence? Have they already sparked discussions about this work? Have there been follow-up studies or applications of the work? And is there relevance to the field today? Do we see that this is actually being used? in real time, and also the quality of the execution. So that was something that we were really keen on and ended up having a lot of discussions about. Is the methodology robust? Is the rigorous analysis there? Are the evaluation metrics clear? And has the data been described sufficiently? Do we feel that the results are credible, reproducible, and impactful? And so that led us to 29 papers, which was still too many to include in this year in review. So to further parse these down, we had group discussions, which led to some lunches, and finally we got down to 15, which the OLLI board members and conference organizers helped us to curate. So today, Roxana and I will be presenting the 15 papers that trickle down as kind of the most impactful and highest quality papers in health AI for the year 2024-2025. And the overarching themes that came out of these papers are along, well, I don't know why these all say one, it should be 1, 2, 3, 4, but new data and methods of collecting data. So either people who collected data sets or people who came up with ways to dig through existing data sets in a really innovative way. Another area was real-world evaluation in the clinic. So actually bringing the tools and technology to real-world application and seeing how they perform. LLMs were obviously a huge theme of this year, and one of the things that trickled out of this was health LLMs being deployed in the real world or considerations of their deployment in the real world, and then finally foundation models, another major theme of this past year. So this talk will be structured going through each of these 4 themes. I'll be presenting on the data section, the real-world evaluation in the clinic, a couple of LLMs, and then Roxana will pick up on the LLMs and foundation models. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and dive right in, and then we'll have time for questions at the end. So looking at data, the kind of blurb to describe what we were thinking about when we were thinking about papers that would be assigned to the data category. Are new kinds of data sets at new scales using new modalities and collected via new technologies. So one of those we saw a lot was Gen AI augmented. They've been released in this year, 2024 to 2025, and they're poised to transform the training and testing of AI and the impact of those tools on health. One of the things that I want to note is that a lot of the papers that you'll see actually cross themes. So although we wanted to make there be kind of a clear flow to this talk, you'll notice that there are papers that use LLMs and also introduce new data sets. There are papers that have real-world deployment and also use LLMs. So you'll notice that a lot of these papers could fit into multiple categories. So the 3 papers that we're highlighting in this category of data are AI Ready, which is one of the studies out of the NIH Bridge to AI initiative. And we'll talk in more detail. We'll have a few slides on each of these. The second paper is developing this data set PubMed Vision, and the title of the paper is Towards Injecting Medical Visual Knowledge into Multimodal LLMs at Scale. And then the last one is LLMs to identify social determinants of health in electronic health records. And that's really going with a lot of the themes that we saw over yesterday in thinking about, what else besides what we collect in a structured way in the clinic is important and useful to be including in health decision making. So to dive into the first paper, AI Ready, this was an interesting paper, and the group debated a little bit about its inclusion because this paper describes the methods to collect this very large structured data set. It doesn't actually have any sort of analysis of the data set, results, but it's linked to the data set itself. So we think one of the major values here is actually the data as the product of this paper. Part of this NIH Bridge to AI was to develop systematic methods to collect what they call AI-ready data, meaning data that is well annotated, that is structured appropriately, that is comprehensive, that is representative. And so this paper gives a great example of how to think through that process from the start. I think many of us have dealt with this challenge of getting data downstream that was not collected with the intention of using it in AI models. And there's a lot of problems that come out of that. We see, bias and drift in models. We see all sorts of problems that come out when the data is not thought through. So this is a really beautifully planned data set. My group, Bill Chen, is doing quite a bit of work on this. There are a lot of folks in the room that I've talked to who are using this data set already, and it's still being collected. So I think that really speaks to the power of it. What the data actually includes, it's a data set focused on type 2 diabetes. The people who are in the data set there are people with normoglycemia, so no diabetes. There are people with prediabetes, and then there are people with type 2 diabetes that are on either insulin or other medication. There's information about continuous glucose monitoring, so time series data, very high resolution. There's physical activity data, environmental exposures, retinal imaging. I know Kavi Thakur is really focused on that area of this data. There's racial, ethnic, geographic diversity in the data. And what they've provided here is a blueprint for data generating projects. So the beauty of this paper that we see is really providing a roadmap for how you go about thinking through the goal that you want to achieve with the AI, and then designing the data collection in order to achieve that AI goal. So this was our paper number 1 to highlight in this year in review. The next paper that we'll talk about is what the team dubbed PubMed Vision. And this is more about image data. So what this group did is they leveraged the data that exists in PubMed, so in this large-scale database of medical and bioscience publications, and leveraging the images alongside the captions of the images, how you could train an LLM to enable medical question answering about images. This has been done before. So one of the debates in the group about including this paper was, well, how novel is this work exactly? What's been done commonly has been leveraging charts and figures and graphs from these papers, but not as much images on slides and anatomy, physiology, things that are a little bit less numerical. And so one of the things that this team did a great job at was generating this image and annotation data using mesh terms, using some standardized languages to generate this really massive number of samples that could be used to train models. So ultimately, this is the largest, what they call VQA, visual question answering data set. There's 1.3 million examples in the data set, and it's really interesting that it covers this very diverse pool of imaging modalities and also body regions. So you can see on this slide, this is one of the figures from the paper, that the figures cover this broad array of human anatomy and physiology, and also use all of these different modalities for collecting those measurements. So it's a really comprehensive data set. And so the reasons for highlighting this paper in the year in review is that it really raises the bar for data curation of medical multimodal AI. We see a lot of data sets that are being brought together with lots of different modalities of measurement, but a lot of times there's a lot of mess that comes with that. And this paper very systematically went through searching for that mess, searching for that noise, and finding ways to address it. And it bridges the performance gap between medical-specific and general-purpose models, and has this strong open-source contribution, so the data set is accessible. And this gave a really nice roadmap for future medical LLM development using the visual question answering data set. So the last paper that we'll talk about in the data section of this year in review was, again, on large language models. So although we have a whole section that will talk about LLMs, this was LLMs specifically to generate useful data. And generate useful data from electronic health records, which again we discussed yesterday are so broken in the way that we collect information that happens in everyday health, but is not traditional to collect in a clinical setting. So what this group did was they came up with a method to try to extract 6 categories of social determinants of health, or SDOH, from narrative text in the EHR. This included employment, housing, transportation, parental status, relationship, and social support. So categories, variables that would not be systematically collected, but that might occur in a conversation with a clinician that might get jotted down, or might be included in sort of automated note-taking processes. And so what this group found was that LLMs could accurately and equitably extract social determinants of health from these unstructured EHR notes, and they added some additional synthetic text and model fine-tuning that improved the performance of these SDOH that were extracted. One of the really nice things about this was that it was really lightweight. So we know that within our EHR systems, we're often constrained by the computational infrastructure. And so having a lightweight system that can sit on top and kind of scrape information is really valuable. And essentially what this does is this radically improves our ability to learn more about patients and then use that information to build better models. So it opens up a new horizon for future research. So with that, these 3 papers kind of close out the top papers in data, methods to extract data, methods to enhance data from this year. And we'll move to the real-world evaluation, which is, so if we have these new tools and technologies, have we actually evaluated how they perform in the real world? Again, a big theme that came out of yesterday was sort of the premature use of technologies. The panel gave a really beautiful display of disagreement with how one decides that a technology is ready enough to deploy in a real-world setting. What these papers that we highlight next do is give us that foundational knowledge to perform evidence-based use of AI technologies in healthcare. So these are papers that deployed methods that have directly resulted in improved patient outcomes, robustly demonstrated through RCTs in several cases, randomized control trials, demonstrating the realized value of AI in health. So the 3 papers that we'll cover here are facilitating self-guided mental health interventions through human language model interactions, and this was a case study on a mental health intervention. In AI-powered rapid identification of STEMI, ST, elevation myocardial infarction via ECG analysis, and this is dubbed ARISE. And then finally, a real-world use case of regulatory authorization of an AI tool. So the first one is quite interesting because it's using what is often a really tricky area to work in, which is in the mental health space, where a lot of the traditional measurements are challenging. You know, we rely a lot on patient-reported outcomes rather than blood tests that can give more ground truth measurements. What this team did was they leveraged a mental health support tool that exists on the web. They performed a randomized control trial on a method to perform cognitive restructuring. So basically having people reframe their thoughts. Somebody talks about a negative thought or emotion that they have. This tool, this LLM, works with people to think about other ways to view that thought that might help them to feel more positive emotions. They had 15,531 users, and they explored the discovery of what they called thinking traps. So people getting stuck in negative emotions that could cause cognitive distortions and lead to degradation of mental health. What they found was that using this tool, 67% of users experienced reduced emotional intensity, 66% found the reframe to be helpful. Overall, this helped a lot of people that were using the tool. But interestingly, and one of the reasons why we wanted to highlight this particular RCT of an AI technology is that they really dug into the results to see were all people benefiting equally from this technology. And it turned out they weren't. They found that adolescents, males, lower education users reported worse outcomes than others that were using the tool. And they performed sort of a closed loop method to update the technology to see if they could actually change those outcomes for the groups that weren't having as good of an experience using the tool. And what they found was, for example, by simplifying the LLM-generated suggestions, they could improve the helpfulness specifically for adolescents. So this is a learning for all of us that, building a one-size-fits-all tool might not actually be the way to go. And it's very important to do these really detailed analyses and learn how we might tailor tools for specific subgroups to improve their efficacy. So I kind of already said why highlight this one in the year in review, but one, its scale. This was a very large-scale study. It was very interesting in that it's in the mental health space, which is traditionally a very challenging space to work in. They had a very rigorous evaluation of the work, which uncovered disparities in performance, and overall, the design was very well thought through and has a lot of translational potential. So that is paper one of the 3 papers being covered in sort of this real-world evaluation. The next one is a little bit more clinical in that it is automated AI-based ECG analysis. So the idea here is that there's this lag time between the time when a person shows up in the emergency department and has an ECG performed and the time when a clinician has the time to actually review the ECG and learn the results to get to the treatment. And so I am not a cardiologist. This treatment is balloon treatment. I don't truly know what that is, but there is something important from the time that somebody gets to the door to the time that somebody gets the balloon that is critical for them to be treated in a way that can have really life-saving outcomes. So the very interesting thing about this was time. How to apply an AI tool in a very simple way. What they did was they had a text messaging system that would send clinicians the AI automated evaluation of the ECG to say that somebody needs a balloon quicker. And the evaluation metrics were this time to balloon. So they reduced that time from 96 to 82 minutes in emergency room patients. While that might sound like a small amount, that actually can be the difference between life and death for a lot of patients. So this really matters. And on the next slide, you can see kind of that workflow and how they designed the randomized controlled trial to really show in a really robust way that this tool, compared to the current state of the art, which is the Philips the Philips ECG system, it beats the state of the art, and it beats what's being used in the clinic today. You can see these papers if you'd like more detail. I know this is a little bit tricky to read here, but ultimately, the very cool thing about this paper is the comparison to what is being used today in the clinic and showing that this method in a randomized controlled trial can beat out the existing state of the art. Why highlight this study in the year in review? It was just a super high quality randomized controlled trial for a very important area that has the capacity to save lives. So it's a really beautiful example of what type of evidence generation is needed for us to be confident that a tool is ready for deployment in the real world. The last paper that we'll mention really floated to the top because they received FDA authorization for this tool. This was a sepsis prediction tool. I think many of us in this field are like, sepsis prediction, I've heard it. But something that's very important is we think about all of these tools that we develop, actually getting them deployed in the real world is challenging. There's a lot of regulatory processes that need to be gone through. There's a lot to learn just about the regulatory landscape. So a learning for us from this year in review is learning about the regulatory landscape is just as important as knowing how the tools work if you want these tools to actually go into real world practice. So that covers our real world deployment. We'll talk next about LLMs. I'll mention the first 2, and then Roxana is going to come and talk about the rest of the papers within this area. The goal of this LLM section is understanding the real-world risks, decisions, and values that LLMs can have in medicine, and the potential contrast to promises that have been made about LLM use in medicine. So one of the areas that the group thought was very interesting was that there were these two papers that were both published in NEJM AI, and they were talking about the way LLMs can be used in the clinic in very different ways. So in the first one, the LLMs and the degradation of the medical record. These are opinion pieces, and so there was debate about should we include opinion pieces. But ultimately, we thought this got some good conversation going. The idea was we have a lot of problems with the medical record. If we just apply LLMs to the existing medical record, are we just perpetuating all of the existing problems within the medical record? And could this lead to further physician burnout? Could this lead to model collapse where, you know, the model just has less information to learn from because we're perpetuating the information from the LLMs in the models? And then we have this other paper that was talking about, well, if we're evaluating the LLMs in a real-world healthcare, what are we comparing them with? So in the previous trial that we saw that used the AI ECG analysis, they were comparing to the state-of-the-art Philips system and how clinicians normally get that information. What this paper, the second paper, argues is that the LLMs in health are being held to this standard that's higher than the actual medical field today. We don't have enough primary care doctors. There are a lot of people who can't access healthcare. So if we're trying to evaluate these models, they should be evaluated in the context of what actually exists today, not compared to this ideal. So with those two framings, Roxana's going to come up and tell us more about some LLMs being deployed in practice, and we'll close out.
Great, thank you. All right, so when we're thinking about large language models, we've talked a lot about the harm that they can potentially cause, especially from a health equity standpoint. And so this paper published in Nature Medicine, A Toolbox for Surfacing Health Equity Harms and Biases of Large Language Models, has a framework and assessment for LLM-generated medical answers. And there's an adversarial data set that they include called Equity Med QA. And so they found that their approach discovered biases that maybe are not caught by other previous data sets. And then they also noticed, and I think this is very important, that different rater groups such as physicians, health equity experts, and consumers report bias at different rates. I think I really want you to take that home because rating is such a it's such a big part of how LLMs are evaluated these days by many companies and academics, and there's variability in how things are rated depending on who is doing the rating and what their expertise is. I'm going to move quickly along because we don't want to cut too much into your coffee break, even though we're going to be cutting a little. We're just going to shift everything back. But next we have Metaline, which is a clinician-generated data set for instruction following with electronic medical records. And this paper is exciting because one of the things that we have tried to make a point, and particularly Dr. Emily Altsensor has made this point in a recent NEJM AI perspective, is that being able to answer questions from the USMLE or being able to answer things from patient vignettes is not the same as being able to answer questions about electronic health record data. It's a distinct thing. And so we are highlighting this paper because it is a clinician-generated data set and the first of its kind that is electronic health record based with question answer or instruction answer pairs from clinicians. They also found several key issues, several key findings. So there's higher error rates for general domain LLMs on this task. Generally speaking, general domain LLMs are unlikely to have trained on any electronic health record data because other than Mimic and maybe some other small examples, there's not a lot of public electronic health record data out there to train on. They also found that drops in performance came with decreasing context length, and that automated natural language generation metrics like COMET actually correlated pretty well with how the clinicians ranked the responses. So, we know that human evaluation is not always scalable, and so thinking about what potential things that we have for automatic evaluation is important. And just here we have just an overview of how they took the data from the EHR system and how clinicians basically created instructions such as summarize from the EHR the strokes that the patient had and their associated neurological deficiency. I mean, this, I think, represents to me a very realistic scenario of how physicians will interact with LLMs in the EHR. And so having this kind of benchmark data set is incredibly key to the field. And then this is just a comparison of prior data sets showing that most of them have focused on either like a single clinical note or a discharge summary or radiology note. And the labelers have been various people, but Medline is unique in that it's from the EHR with clinicians. Okay. Has anyone seen that video where they show like all the tech executives saying agents over and over again? Just like, yeah, agents, agents, agents. Okay, we picked an agents paper, but it is one of the early agents papers. So med agents, so large language models as collaborators for zero-shot medical reasoning. So they used a multi-agent framework for medical decision-making with role-playing and collaboration, and they looked at zero-shot performance of this agentic collaboration, and they found that the agentic collaboration had improved performance over, say, a single model using like chain of thought or self-consistency prompting, or even few-shot approaches of a single model. And so the other thing that was great about med agents, and we've talked about this, is you can use any LLM, and so you can imagine sort of a mixture of experts situation where you can have various LLMs, and so you can bring in sort of the information that each LLM has into the mix. And so it's very interesting as expert gathering and then looking at the analysis, and then they would summarize after having a collaborative consultation. It has some decision making. So that ends the LLM portion. Obviously, there is a lot of other exciting papers. I just want to be clear that we had to limit what we could present on today. And as Jessalyn mentioned, we'll have like the full list that we look through. Okay, foundation models. I feel like some people are going to get mad at me for using that term. Everyone knows foundation models is a term that kind of came out of Stanford with a big paper, and there's been some controversy around using that term, but it's kind of stuck, so sorry. So it became really clear that the sort of autoregressive foundation model style systems can do a lot of different tasks, like trying to forecast patient trajectory. They are able to do various like zero-shot and few-shot tasks. And so we're going to go over a couple papers that look at the capabilities of these models. So context clues, evaluating long context models for clinical prediction tasks on EHRs. And so this looked at a EHR-based foundation model and found that context length is really important on the electronic health record task. And so models trained on architectures such as Mamba across large-scale, very large-scale EHR data improves the predictive task, surpassing the state-of-the-art on the EHR shot tasks. They also identified, and I laughed as a physician when I saw this because some of this I was like, oh, I could have told you that. But they found 3 unique challenges with EHR data. So artificial repetition, because we copy forward, and like literally every time I start a clinical note, the first thing I do is copy forward the last note and just change a couple things. But all in all, like there's probably a lot of overlap in text, and also mistakes get propagated in this way. There's in EHR data, there's irregular time intervals between events. Some of my patients are coming every 3 to 6 months for their regular checks, and some of them that are supposed to come 3 to 6 months show up 3 years later being like, oops, sorry, I lost track of time. And so there's not, this poses a challenge for being able to do certain types of prediction tasks. And then the other thing is that things get more complex in this data over time by the virtue of the fact that, people's diseases get more complex. So I love this. If you guys have heard Dr. Nigam Shah ever give a talk, he talks about how the electronic health record is a patient timeline. And I actually love that framing of how to think about things. Like, essentially, this data is a longitudinal data that represents events in the patient's experience. And so you can see now kind of why you might expect that longer context lengths are useful, because you're able to make sure that you are able to see back sort of longer into the timeline. And then it talks about, the 3 different issues that we have. Okay, and now we have sort of a series of events about predicting the future. And I have to say, based on what we see today, the literature, the overall, in the patient prediction space, we still have a lot of work to do. Like, we're not great at it. I mean, humans are not great at it either. But what's interesting about these groups of papers is I think they set the tone, the scene, the foundation for working towards this very difficult task of trying to predict what's going to happen next to a patient. And so one of the papers in this space from iClear is MOTOR, which was a time-to-event foundation model for structured data. So this is focusing on structured events. If you remember what I mentioned about the patient's trajectory being a timeline, it's basically training on this timeline to do a time-to-event prediction. And so being able to create sort of like looking at the probability of a certain event happening as more and more events happen to that patient. And it turns out that training with this objective, in this case with this structured data, was better, the time to event task actually improved over autoregressive models where it's like next token prediction. They also, and I love it when people do this, released their 143 million parameter pre-trained motor model for non-commercial research. As like many people do at CHIL, I am a big believer in open data, open everything as much as you can. Here is a really interesting figure, which is basically, again, thinking about the patient journey as a timeline, looking at the events that happen, and then sort of the what happens in terms of the probability of certain things, so certain other things happening as a result. And I love this example because it's like the probability of being on a atorvastatin, which is a medication that helps lower cholesterol, and is like everybody who has any cardiac issues like is pretty much on this drug. As you have more cardiac sort of concerns, the probability that this person's probably going on atorvastatin goes up, and that's really what should happen. So really interesting paper that sets the scene for thinking about a different way of training, using time to event prediction on structured EHR data, and how that actually encodes a lot of useful information. Next, we have this paper, FIRESIDE, which is a generative pre-trained transformer for modeling patient timelines using electronic health records, a retrospective modeling. So this used an autoregressive approach, unlike the prior paper. And they also, unlike the prior paper, pulled in both unstructured and structured EHR data, but one of the keys here, and I think this is like an area that we can continue for improvement, is they actually converted the unstructured data into structured data prior to training their model. So they converted unstructured data into SNOMED terms. And let's see, yeah, so let's see. I'm so sorry. This is like such a small, I knew when we saw these screens, we were in trouble. But basically, and you can pull up the paper itself, is it looks at the figure is showing how they took patient data, they took the unstructured data, transferred it to structured terms, brought in structured information that they had, such as demographic data, into it as well, and then would predict things like, you know, predict next structured terms that they thought were going to come down the line, such as diseases, procedures, and medications. Now, I didn't put any slide. There is a slide on performance. The performance is like, okay, but remember, these are the early days, and so we highlight this paper as like taking a step forward in this field, and I imagine like everything else in this field, we will continue to see improved performance over time. So yesterday, we actually had a discussion of all the things that you can get from wearable devices, and also in our year in review, we had this very cool, so it's like shifting away from foundation models based on EHR to foundation models that are looking at external data, like wearable signals. I am not going to attempt to say what PPG, even though I'm a physician, I'm not saying that word. PPG and electrocardiogram from 141,000 participants from 3 years from the Apple Heart and Movement Study. And then they used self-supervised learning, so they didn't have any labels on it. And they found that that model that they built with the self-supervised learning actually had some really rich information, and that prediction models built, and I'll show you some of the predictions that they do on the next slide, actually outperformed trying to make predictions from baseline characteristics alone, like self-reported demographic information, age, BMI, biological sex, race, ethnicity, and measured heart rate. So that was kind of cool. If you just to remind you, PPG kind of measures like changes in sort of arterial flow, and ECG measures electric signals from the heart. So here what you see is on the x-axis is the receiver operated curve, area under the curve based off baseline measurements. And then you have the ROC AUC of both PPG and ECG for predicting various different medical conditions. Anything that's like along the red line means that did equivalent in performance to, the Phantom of the Opera is here. Okay. That means that it did equivalent in performance to baseline characteristics. Anything below the line means that it does worse in performance than baseline characteristics. Anything above it is better. And you can see here also that PPG actually does a better job of prediction than EKG does for a lot of things. And so they can predict things like, you know, AFib, or this one's really interesting, like a diagnosis of anxiety, like just from the self-supervised models built from this data. I feel like I have like a very dramatic soundtrack in the background right now.
Sounds like a funeral.
I know. All right. So the key takeaways from the AI literature, really, 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 really high level. Healthcare is inherently multimodal, and models are increasingly following suit. Like, we're moving beyond the single mode of data, and increasing understanding that real-world testing is really necessary for us to be able to understand how these models actually perform in clinical settings. A movement towards models trained on actual electronic health record data, as was shown by a paper Yes, please, the dramatic music needs to rise. Like, you know, instead of having these, one of the papers did show that these general purpose models didn't do as well as models that have seen electronic health record data before. And so I'm glad that the field is recognizing that we need models that actually look at electronic health record data in order to be able to make predictions about electronic health record data. And then, of course, the incorporation of new modalities of data, and we had a talk on this yesterday, such as wearable data, can give us sort of exciting new insights. So I have to be honest, I don't want to know my biological age according to Apple. Like, I'm scared to know. But this concludes the year in review. I'll give you guys your coffee break. You can discuss amongst yourselves. Thank you so much for listening.
My name is Radhika. I'm one of the local chairs for CHIL this year, and it's my absolute pleasure to introduce Dr. Judy Gichoya. Dr. Gichoya is an associate professor at Emory University in interventional radiology and informatics, leading the HITI Healthcare AI Innovation and Translational Informatics Lab. Her work is centered around using data science to study health equity. Her group works in 4 areas: building diverse data sets for machine learning, for example, the Emory breast data set, evaluating AI for bias and fairness, validating AI in the real-world setting, and training the next generation of data scientists, both clinical and technical students, through high learning and village mentoring. She serves as the program director for radiology, AI trainee editorial board, and the medical students' machine learning elective. She has mentored over 60 students across the world, now successful faculty, postdoc, PhD, and industry employees from several institutions around the world, and she has received several awards, including the Most Influential Radiology Researcher in 2022, and is a 2023 Emerging Scholar in the National Academy of Medicine. Please welcome Dr. Judy Gichoya.
Okay, imagine that nice introduction, and there was not a single radiology paper that made it to the year in review. So I'm even more grateful that I got the chance to be speaking today. I'll talk about shortcuts, and here are my disclosures. I'm struggling with radiology right and left. As you can see, I was thinking that this is the side. I know most of us have our laptops open, but have you pressed these keys today? The ones who are on their laptops, at least look up. Have you pressed these keys today? Yeah? Okay. You didn't even say hi to the person who's next to you, so can you say hi to them and ask them, how did they learn how to use these keys? Wow. I mean, this is a tough crowd. I am seeing nobody. How did you learn how to use these keys? Yeah? Tell the person next to you and say, hi, how are you? What's your name? Okay, good. Okay, since the conversation now is moving to lunchtime, we're going to get back. Shh. Okay, so I'll tell you how I learned to use these keys. So actually, this is my keyboard right now in the lab, and I have a Mac. And, there's been something pretty irritating me, because it turns out that my Microsoft Windows Office system has decided that I have to press the Control-C, right? And my Mac, so my fingers are starting, like every time I'm like, where's my text? Where's my text, right? And it's because we all use shortcuts and we rely on them very well until they don't work. And it turns out that in AI, and that's my talk today, there are many, many shortcuts, and this remains a grand challenge to be solved. So I'm going to talk about shortcuts, just an introduction. a very, very quick introduction, and then I'll describe shortcuts across medical imaging data sets. And then I'm going to sort of wrap up to justify why this matters and why you should probably still, every time you do something in medicine, you should look at what radiology has done. And so this is a really great paper. Some of you are going to see some of your papers here, right? It's an easy paper to read. It's about shortcuts, shortcut learning in deep neural networks. And by the way, you don't have to worry about taking pictures. I'm happy to share slides for anyone. There'll be many, many papers discussed today. And so shortcuts are decision rules that perform well on standard benchmarks, but fail to transfer to more challenging testing conditions, such as real-world conditions. So there are several. For example, in this picture, when you say caption, this image, I want you to see that this was done in 2018. So this was even before, all these sort of successes with the transformers. This image would be described as green, grazing sheep, because the background is green, right? So the model learns the system, sort of the biggest component, showing a similar example around text, and just sort of hallucinations. This is before the ChatGPT era, the LLM era. So this was pretty surprising, and this is a radiology image, so I will be discussing that example soon. And I like to use this picture from Mazier, that's where I got it from, that explains why do shortcuts occur. And this is because of how our data sets are represented. You tend to have most samples like this, where a camel is behind a desert, and a cow is behind a green field, right? So when you find an outlier, and the background, sort of is the biggest feature in your data sets, then that's what the model learns. Just because you keep, I hope for those of you who have dogs and you have to train them, you have to reward and punishment, but it just doesn't mean that always the model learns what you need it to learn. And this is a big problem for medical imaging. And so, if you are thinking about the spectrum, right, so if your model memorizes all the features, then you have a model that is overfitting, and then your goal is to have have the model learn the intended features, and this would be something that works well on the in-distribution data and the out-of-distribution data. But in between, right, so it's not overfitting, and it's not that that you've learned everything that is good, is where the spectrum of the shortcuts come in, and most of the time, for most examples, you'll figure them out because of as you think about your testing strategy. So essentially, it's a component of shortcuts arise because of our data set bias, right? It's very rare for you to see a cow walking along the beach, right? So if that's your data set, and also how specifically we've trained models in the CNN era where, they're looking at features, but they lack context. And this is super important for medical imaging because the abnormality sometimes is just represented on maybe 1% of the pixels on the image. So whatever you're doing to the image really does affect how things work. So, here the model will say this is an elephant, but it's because, it's missing the shape that would maybe be saying, maybe most of us would say that this is a cat. And, the authors, this is by the way from the same paper, which is a really great paper to read about shortcuts, talk about gaming and reward hacking. The model learns how to do the least work, right? We know the society biases about who's a doctor, and we also look at text generation and where the patient is supposed to go. So I'll transition now to medical imaging. This was one of the first papers. It was actually done by a radiology resident in 2018. And they looked at these 3 public data sets to say, can a model tell you where there's pneumonia? And then they look at the saliency maps. We know that those have a problem. These are just telling us where the images the model is looking at. And there's quite a lot of literature that has been published. Even if you change the order of your image, you change just a few things, the saliency map is very unpredictable. But for this case, it does tell us that the models consistently look at the radiographic markers. These are the Ls. Now, how are those artifacts, added to the data set? They're added because the technologies who has to push this camera to take pictures usually has, puts a radiographic marker so that it's acquired in the image. And that radiographic marker is very specific for a machine that, for example, works in the ICU or works in a different floor. And so these models are able to learn, this marker I've seen that it's mainly from the ICU patients. And ICU patients, when they're getting a chest X-ray, they almost always have pneumonia. And so we see a good prediction for pneumonia, but the pneumonia should be in the lungs, which are the black areas. And so, where the model is using the prediction is not the correct place. And there are many examples of this. Including pneumothorax, just sort of this concept. And the first thing to learn here is that you have to think about your test data set, because if your test data set is not robust enough, you're not going to be able to pick these sort of pitfalls. Now, we do have some dermatologists in the room. I'm not one of them. These are examples of benign and malignant lesions. And you can see they have the same, right? The benign lesions, someone puts a patch on the acquisition, right? And these artifacts, the model starts to learn, whoever has a patch has a benign lesion. So it does not always, so it's the example of the radiographic marker on the chest X-ray image. Here is work around COVID-19 pneumonia prediction. I show this work for two reasons. Number one is how we make data sets. And if you look at their data set 1 and data set 2, these are public data sets. When we started out in COVID, and you saw some of the year-end review, I was also talking about data set quality, you say, Judy, give me some chest X-rays, I give you some chest X-ray, and then you get someone else, right? And then you say, these are going to be my negative, these are going to be my positive. Those are Frankenstein data sets. And they have very different acquisition parameters. And so you find that all the models had very good performance, on their respective data sets. And this, for example, like the PubMed data set, and if you think, especially PubMed, if you assume that most of the papers are actually peer-reviewed, those are the best images. Those are not the images you're going to find in the real-world setting. And those are the challenges and how you end up into problems downstream. And so, they show the external validation, shows the model dropping. This is when I would say that for all the students in the room, every time you see an AUC of 0.99, it's a suggestion of an error more than a good performance, and you should be figuring out why that's happening. But they do something interesting where they apply generative networks, and they start to follow what makes a patient with COVID, with COVID-19 become COVID negative, and they start to see that the radiographic markers are the things that the model starts to sort of follow. So again, more evidence to show, the previous work still worked. And I'll tell you by now, we don't even know if AI can tell you if this patient has pneumonia on a chest X-ray or not. But they do something interesting, and I really encourage, the people who are developing models, especially in the CNN paradigm, to consider this, where they change just the last layer of prediction, right? And they say, predict the patient's sex, predict the projection, and they have perfect model performance. And this tells us just because you don't provide some variables in your data set, it doesn't mean that the model is not going to figure out a proxy for those data sets, right? And that's super important about how to think about how to evaluate these models. So this is the busy slide. You can see it was done in 2019 before we were very, very much into visualizing embeddings. Today you cannot publish a paper without maybe adding some Tessine maps, but they do this work for hip fracture detection and look at around 4 things. They can look at hospital processes, image acquisition processes, patient factors, and then just like when was the study done, right? And the first thing is that there are very, very few data sets that are this granular, that have this type of information. And if we walk through on this right side, and you can see sort of the embeddings of the different scanner models, you can see, okay, maybe, hopefully, for most of us can see that this is green. Green and red are pretty separate. And then they overlay, the view, but I want you to look at the fractures. If you look at the fractures, most of the brown cases seem to be acquired by this green scanner. And you could ask, how does that happen? Because the scanner or the person who works at night tends to be the same person who works in that shift. And their ways of acquiring images are very, very specific. And for us as radiologists, we are very agnostic to that type of information, but it doesn't mean that the models are not picking up on something like that. So for example, if you find someone who comes at midnight, they are 70 years, they are female, with hip fracture, and someone is ordering a hip fracture X-ray, that almost is going to be positive even without looking at the image after a fall, because those characteristics are so the timing is so unusual, but there are no data sets that allow us to study things in this way. And so it's not surprising that when they started to predict irrelevant things, not from hip fracture, what's the scanner model, what's the time of the day, they find the model is pretty good at telling us what those things are. So here's an example. I think in pathology, they like to call this batch effects, like systematic difference in data caused by technical variations, because of different times and places. So A, B, C, D, E, different hospitals. I think most of us can maybe see there's some difference in color, but I may be biased because I'm a radiologist and that's how I make my pay. But these two images, E and F, are the same, but they are across different, just differences in staining techniques. And so, not staining techniques, differences in the camera that was able to acquire these images. And so this group, what they do is that they try to predict the age. You should never, if you've seen a pathology slide, you should never be able to say what's the patient's age from a pathology slide. That should be a ridiculous thing for you to do. And what's the scanner type? I think that makes sense. What was the date of the study? Why would you embed anything about date without the numbers on the slide itself? And when was the slide prepared and what's the hospital? And you can see, apart from maybe the slide preparation date, the model is actually pretty good about catching things that we wouldn't even be thinking about in our usual way. And, even so much that it's so sensitive about how the tissue is cut, right? We still don't use robotics for tissue preparation. I know some labs are starting to do this. And here are slides that are just cut at different slice thicknesses, and you can start to see, the zooming in and also like the staining, the redness looks different. And they further show that, for just looking at the differences around textures and collecting, sort of trying to count the nuclei, just the slice thickness is enough for the model to have just very different results. Remember, we are in an era today where we're saying, who's like just all of us in the room, the tumor environment is so important. It's not just saying they're lymphocytes. We want to see who our friends are. But the way we still collect data makes it very difficult. So far, I've kind of been pointing things that guide us to say, okay, maybe I see the radiographic marker, I see with some saliency maps, why the model is failing. And, so you think the human, at least I hope most of you still think that there's a role for the human in the loop, will be able to catch these pitfalls. I show you this really simple example. It's from the NIH data set. And they just say, predict the hospital, where the images were acquired. And these studies are acquired by just standing. They are clinical trial data sets to look at osteoarthritis. And they're acquired by standing. And they have a metal rod, which I'm sort of like, hovering over, just to just be very precise, can be used for measuring and calibration. The model does a great job to tell you, oh yeah, this is from hospital A, B, C, and E, or E. And then the saliency maps start to bring interesting things. Because if you ask me, how would I tell the difference? I would have just said, look, these are just the radiographic markers. But it turns out that the metal in between the legs for the patient, the knees for the patients, is very distinct across every hospital. And so sometimes that's the strongest signal that the model relies on to tell it, oh, this is coming from this hospital. And so what that means is that you cannot be fooled that the human is always going to catch the shortcuts. But secondly, is that when you remove one shortcut, the model just finds another shortcut. So it's like an onion that you have to keep peeling. And so if you are not careful, you cannot just remove all the shortcuts. It's just sort of the takeaway of that. Now, in medical imaging, the gold standard for us is segmentation. We like things drawn. They're explainable. They're not, if you say, here's pneumothorax, the radiologist can see here's pneumothorax. We don't do it because it's very expensive to label data sets this way. Now, people will say, look, we have auto-segmentation. Those tend to still be for whole body organs. And if you're doubtful, think about radiation oncology, who have to like precisely segment body parts so that they don't get harmed from radiation. They're still doing it manually, and we know that definitely computers would be better. And so here's an example of a fetal ultrasound, and this is just being used to show the age of the patient. And they have this caliper or a ruler that is just measuring the femur length. And the model, this, I have to say, this was a little surprising. The model, the segmentation model, when there's a caliper, is perfect. It centers its prediction just based on the ruler. But when the caliper is missing, then the model starts to struggle because you've removed the shortcut that it relies on. And the authors went back and started saying, what about if we change the location of the melanoma, in the image, right? So you can see this is like an eclipse, where they're changing the position. And, and I want to point out, like 4 public data sets very commonly used. When you look at the malignant lesion, it's dead center in the field of the slide or whatever you're doing. And so they show that if you're far away from the center, the model performance drops. So it tells us that, we're not really learning the disease. We are learning that anything in the center corresponds to malignancy, and anything away doesn't. And so most of us would say, you know what, that's old, right? These are old papers. We're in the transformer era. Attention is all you need. And so what about foundation models? And so if you visualize the features, this was probably the first paper that looked at this, looking at disease, sex, and race, and showing, sort of the differences in the embeddings. Definitely you see some differences around the disease parameters. And when you look at this, they used a Google Foundation model, and you can start to see that there's some embedding, very strong embedding for sex and race in these models. But I think one of my papers that I really enjoy on this task and I'm just pretty much asking, can AI really see, especially when we're saying the transformers can see, what's in an image, can they really see? Is this one. And I encourage you to read the preprint. I think the reviewers ended up ruining these papers. They finally published a paper, a peer-reviewed paper, and you can also read that one. And so they look at, pathology slides. This would, for physicians, this would not be unreasonable. If you have to show up to tumor board, you may have scribbled some things because you want to go through many cases. You may have scribbled some finding. So it's not unusual. And they actually found up to 30% of slides can have some labels, some form of writing in the image, right? But if you think about the fundamental premise of what everyone is saying is that, look, the vision language models or whatever it is does see what's in the image, right? So you would think that, that if you remove the label or you change the label, and that's what they did, a misleading label, no label, and true label, they find that the model makes the best performance. These are the same slides, just the label is changed, makes the best performance when there's a true label. And when there's no label, there's just 0, And so when, when you have a misleading label, it's 0, and then just less than just random prediction when you have a missing label. And so they start to swap some things, right? And here what they do is that they say, we'll make this slide, which is a prostate cancer, which would be in patients who have a prostate, and they just add like a simple, fooling mechanism where they say, okay, we'll label this is from an ovarian, like a female cancer center or something like that, right? So trying to leak some form of truth in the model, right? And they find the same thing, that when the watermark leaks the ground truth, the model is very good but not robust in other situations. So the final part they do is say, focus on just the image, ignore text, right? I would think as a downstream use of these models that the models are able to differentiate between text and the images. And so when you say focus on text, it should be able to ignore the misleading labels, and it doesn't. And so to me, I still think that we're in this era where we're now in new architectures, but they still don't work, right? Especially when we think about what's the best. So finally, along this theme is, do commercial models have shortcuts? These are really, it's a great experiment. They pick an FDA-approved, FDA-approved and also CE approved. And this model, all it's trying to do is to tell you, do you have osteoarthritis, which just means you have narrowing of your knee joints, and and some other associated factors on your MSK radiographs, right? And they pick just 50 cases, and what they do is that they flip the right and the left knee. Now, most of us, if you're right-handed, you're most likely right knee dominant. So if I took an X-ray of your knees, your right knee is going to be wearing out more than your left knee, because that's where you step on more, right? It's just biology. And so they flip the right and left knee, right? And they start to find, so this is the, when you flip them, it just stands this way. So you could say that that becomes a right and left knee. But they noticed that the commercial model starts to downgrade the severity of the right knee and upgrade the severity of the left knee. So even if you don't have the training model or the training data set, you can clearly tell that the model learned something about the dominance of the knees and the degree of osteoarthritis even more than the underlying disease entity. So just to end sort of this thought and how we've thought about them before, I want to sort of remind you about some of our work, which is pretty much this, and I would say it still stood the test of time, where we showed that AI can tell you if this chest X-ray belongs to a black patient, a white patient, or an Asian patient, and can do so even when there's extreme manipulation of the images. We couldn't figure out why, and it wasn't because of a confounder. And a lot of people, I mean, even along the theme of biologic age, have done a lot of work on chest X-rays. I mean, I think if it pans out your insurance, instead of sending a nurse to your house when they come to do your life insurance things, they may just get a chest X-ray because they could get as much information. And I like to give this example that you could say, from a chest X-ray, you could definitely say I'm black, and that's just a social and legal construct. And I put Kenyan there just to show how ridiculous this type of prediction should sound to you. I'm female, I'm aging faster, I live in a deprived area, these are my, I have COPD and congestive heart failure, and I'm going to spend maybe 15,000 in the next year, in the healthcare system. These are published papers, not just from our group. Other people have, it's a hot area for this opportunistic screening. And so some of the work, especially for us, we started to do was say, why does this matter, right? In this work, we looked at the 6 algorithms and looked at, first of all, the degree of encoding of sex, age, race, and the intersection of sex and race, and what that means for fairness and other metrics, specifically like calibration and the robustness of out-of-distribution testing. And we showed that, it tends to be that sex is strongly encoded on most predictions. It's not that, so these are 4 conditions, the normal chest X-ray, cardiomegaly, effusion, and pneumothorax. And you can see, for example, effusion encodes sex the most, and we see the same behavior in ophthalmology and dermatology images. But when you look at the fairness gaps, the things that are most and cause most disparity are things that encode age as the most important factor. And we find that it doesn't matter on sort of like whether you're debiasing method, right? Because people initially would say, hey, maybe we just need a data set for black patients only, or we need to remove these features, right? And remember I showed you that you can remove the feature and the model is going to learn something else, right? And so, and some things are actually important for prediction. For example, if I had a melanoma, it may be more difficult to diagnose it on because I have darker skin. And so, it found that the most important thing is that you should try and focus on demographic encoding. And if you mitigate that, then you end up with probably the most robust model. But we found something concerning, that the more you try to remove bias and, like optimize your model, is that you lose the out of distribution, sort of fairness. And essentially I translated this to say, just because my model in Stanford is fair, if you bring it to Emory, it does not mean that it's going to be fair. And so, that's sort of like initially how we were thinking about how to study this. Then, now we move to the foundation models, right? You can ask things, right? So there are new ways all of us are trying to figure out how to evaluate this. And so this group tries to also do something similar, but also with humans in the loop. And they find that, humans are able to maintain actually I don't know why, but they're not good at predicting, like, oh, is this black or white? You know, we know that already. But the worst fairness gaps are seen by models that encode at the intersection of sex and race. But what was important for me, because this talk is about shortcuts, I started to see which ones had the worst, sort of like the biggest fairness gaps. And I'll show you where the data set came from, because this has a big importance. So if you look at this side, and the physicians in the room will agree, but if you're not, you'll just have to believe me. If you look at these labels, tracheostomy, dual chamber device, those tends to be things that you see in older patients more than younger patients. And this is why age is so important and causing a lot of fairness gaps, especially. And it turns out that most of our data sets, especially the adult data sets, and where these labels were, especially this VINDED data set, had more older patients. And so you have to be seeing this intersection, and that's how we've been moving. I mean, this has been a big thought of how we do our own research. But recently, and this is sort of like trying to come to wrap up this side, is I went back to a paper that we wrote. So I've been faculty for 6 years. And if you had told me when I started that we'd be writing this type of paper, like, oh, AI can predict, diabetes on chest X-ray, I'll be like, that's voodoo science. You should not do that. But it turns out the model is very good at doing that. And this model it's very, very simple. It's just a feature extractor. The baseline model that was used for this work, it just extracts type 2 diabetes, morbid obesity, congestive heart failure, arrhythmias, vascular disease, and COPD, and then some other things like BMI and age. And then now you use those features to do your downstream prediction. And so when we did for diabetes, our AUC was 0.84. So this model was trained in Chicago. We got it in Emory. We never fine-tuned. We just used the model to extract the features. And we could even differentiate who has type 1, not diabetes and diabetes, but we could also tell who was controlled and not controlled. So very surprising for us. And then, we also started to see the explanation, which is really what I want to show, because when you think about BMI is a poor biomarker, and a lot of work is actually going to change this. And it turns out like there's a distribution of fat around, around just your neck here that's more important to tell you who has diabetes or not, right? These are new things that radiologists would not use in their work, right? And this is now, it starts to be interesting, right? So it's not just about fat, it's where the fat is that's more important for diabetes. And so I've gone back to this work, right? Because, and I'll show you why. And I think that we have to think, what we know today is that because AI is an excellent feature extractor, and that's it. And that's because of our understanding of shortcuts. And I want to sort of go to show you why it's important to think about this. The first one is because you can answer long-standing questions that are unsolved in medicine, not by building another model better than doctors. I think we need a paradigm shift from that. And the reason for this is, I saw this paper, time of day patterns of radiotherapy in nasopharyngeal carcinoma. And it just said, if you are getting your radiotherapy treatment for your cancer in the morning, these curves are very separate. These are Kaplan-Meier curves, right? And the people who are at night and afternoon, you can see they have quite a poor, there's a statistically different outcome for mortality. But I asked even the radiation oncologists, why do you think that patients who get treatment in the morning do better, right? And people started to say, it could be scheduling. In the morning, we bring children because they cannot be waiting all day in the hospital before they get their radiotherapy. Or in the night, it's the patients who are already admitted. And if you're getting cancer treatment and you're already admitted, that's a little bit of an index that you're pretty sick, right? Because most patients come from home to get their treatment. And so it allows us, when we think about AI as a feature extractor, to answer to relook new questions and to relook old questions with new tools. And I think that's really powerful. Here's another one of my students, worked on this, post-mastectomy, looked at big studies, and this is just reconstruction. When you have breast cancer, some patients have breast reconstruction surgery or not. And this is like a big topic for plastic surgeons. They say after controlling for age, raise pair source, cancer stage, blah, blah, blah. that patients who get reconstruction do better than the ones who don't. But just listening to his talk, I said, we finally found the zip code equivalent for breast cancer. It's just reconstruction, because people who get reconstructed, that means they are in academic centers. They probably have more skilled surgeons. These other factors that are very, very difficult for us to anticipate and build in our models. And so it's not even surprising. The rural hospitals are not going to have very, very big subspecialties. And so these are the things that are being encoded in our data set. And so I mentioned that I went back to the test X-ray paper because we're looking at the same model without retraining for kidney disease. And surprisingly, it actually performs really well. This is we're just about to put out a paper on this, and it was done, we started to look at the differences. It turns out for our patients in Emory, it was because of hypertension was the biggest issue, but for the UIC patients, it was really diabetes. But when you start to look at the combined model or different models, the most important feature is varying, but the ultimate metric that you report finally seems not to vary across sites. And so I think this is where we are getting a good model, but when it comes to real-world settings, it just doesn't work because our distribution of data sets are very different, and it's very difficult to anticipate how those will look. This has informed how we end up redoing and building data sets. For example, this is one of the SPR breast challenge recently, and we just started to visualize the embeddings, and we can start to see, these patients have, implants. This is a sample size of diagnostic breast, images that shouldn't be in the data set. And again, so when you look at it as a feature extractor, you can start to think about how to curate data sets, look at data quality issues. And when you start to do those and you combine them with domain experts, you can start to ask interesting questions. And so here is my interesting question for the week. At Emory, we've been running an AI model, and this model has been looking at trying to tell us who has intracranial hemorrhage. This just means you have a brain bleed. And you can see this slide is this wheel. Essentially, if you're green, those things work well. If you're sort of this brownish color, those things don't work well. For example, if you're outpatient, we see a 10% performance drop in the model. For an intracranial triage model, that's you want it to work for the outpatients, because those patients are not in the hospital. If they decompensate, that's a problem. And so, my postdoc said, I was reading his paper, just that final look. He said, then he had this one sentence that said, model had worse performance for Black patients and also patients who are less than 40 years. And, I was like, why is that, right? So we started to look at the characteristics of our Black patients. So they get care in the outpatient and emergency room. This is not new. We know this from Ziad Obamaya's work, right? And so we already know that the model had a 10% performance drop for outpatients. Then, when we look at our age clusters, less than 40 years, 40 to 65, more than 65, usually in our Emory data sets, we find Black patients are more than white patients. But in this case, we find for older patients, those are predominantly white, and the young patients are Black, right? And so then that reminds you of looking at intersectionality, of thinking about bias. And then, for patients, we started looking at the clinical characteristics. They're just subgroups, right? And we found that the Black patients tend to have subacute. Subacute just means it's a little old, maybe a few days old, more than the white patients who present with an acute hemorrhage. And radiologically, that's very different. Acute is bright, right? It's like a bright room and one that's a little dimmed. So it's easier to diagnose. And this is a factor of delay in access. You know that Black patients tend to delay coming to the healthcare system, and their access issues. And so when they're coming, the acuity of disease is different. And so then we saw that the Black patients who tend to have more hypertension have their hemorrhage is small, it involves one compartment, and yet, so the mechanism matters, whether you got hypertension versus trauma. All these things were different factors in our model trying to tell us where you could evaluate. But if you stop looking at them by just black and white, you're never going to be able to figure out how to deploy this model. And so I think that AI is going to be local because you have to understand the care that you're providing, the features that you have in your data set, and when the models are not going to work. And so all of us in this room are working in some form of place, whether data sets, evaluation, benchmarks, everything else. And I'm saying that the shortcut learning, rethinking subgroups, requires a paradigm shift. The more we build more models to remove shortcuts, I can guarantee you those are not going to work. But if we start to think, wow, what if this is a feature extractor? It can allow me to answer old questions that have struggled in medicine with this new tool. We can start to think about how do we care for patients? So because you cannot really mitigate that your patients are coming because they're young, they have hypertension, and because AI is not going to make a difference for those patients. And so if this fascinates you, I invite you for the Datathon. It's the event where we discuss this and have just conversations around it. It's not a conference. And we just hack on data together and ask this type of questions. And this is the most important slide, a big thank you to my group. This is a snapshot of this summer who keep me asking these questions. So thank you very much. I hope you learned something.
Thank you so much for such an informative talk and the importance of clinical alignment and AI in the context is, I think, a large theme, and going so much into detail and with so many examples was a really large learning for me. I'm going to be thinking about that for a while now. Let's open it up for some questions. Does anybody have any questions?
Thank you for a wonderful, thanks for a wonderful talk. This was so many amazing insights here. I had a question for you about the breast reconstruction piece. Is there any thought that the people who would choose to undergo reconstruction might think that they might be healthier? Was that part of what might be driving that?
So this is, and this is why this is a great example of how we've done research without AI. One is that you have to be able, it was very difficult in the past, and this is actually the project that I directed the students to work on. It was very difficult in the past to capture medical decision making, right? First of all, because you'd have to review so many notes, right? Because it could be preference. And for you to answer this question, you'd have to figure out, number one, when was the decision, what happens when a decision is changed? Maybe when I consented you and discussed the case, I told you, yeah, I would reconstruct your breast. But when I went to the operating room, I found that it's pretty extensive or there's some technical reason that I cannot construct your breast, right? And so we don't know those sort of factors, but just think about what data set would you study those today? It doesn't exist. You just see the end result of a registry. And that's why I still think if we use this tool in this new way, we could really get amazing insights for already well-defined problems.
You talked about the number of confounders that show up when you collect medical imaging that ends up being dependent on the machine and the hospital and the person doing the work, et cetera. Thinking from a research perspective, then, if we're generating data sets, is it okay to go and collect data from a lot of places, or is it better to do novel generation of data that you can do more control for those confounders?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Yeah, and I'll tell you, 2 years ago, I was not a big believer of synthetic data, like, which is this concept of model as a data set, and you'll see that I'm pretty sure I put it here just because it's an interesting way to think about conditioning. So I think that we can never get a very comprehensive data set. I mean, it takes 3 years for us. We have 2 people working full-time who build our data sets. They're not postdocs, they're not PhDs, they're just staff. And they build data sets. And then the other people in our team use these data sets. And because you find so many errors and so many things you have to build the data set as you use it. And so, yes, technically, I think we see that with especially the conditioning, conditioning of the models, you can generate synthetic data that is representative of the underlying training distribution. That we even have done some work like that. But if you have something that's out of your distribution, it's not going to scale. So what I think we should do and encourage is diverse testing data sets. And this, you don't need 100, you can have 50. But if they're robust, you're going to quickly start to see, I'm seeing that this model is not working well this way. And that paradigm shift of testing has allowed us to even start to say, what's the quality of my ground truth? Yes, people in the room today, especially with LLMs, are thinking about human. But when I use LLMs to label my data set for testing, you should report like the best case and the worst case scenario. And it turns out that that's driven by prevalence. There's so many variables, and it doesn't matter. This is why the clinical, I can confidently say that the clinical trial model cannot really work that way in AI. FDA cannot, this is an FDA-approved model. Should it be pulled away? No. But we should be able to really encourage and give incentives for real-world monitoring, because that's how we start to figure out, oh, this model is failing. So I see the conditioning synthetic data as another tool in your toolbox. So you remove that one, you remove feature visualization, you get multiple, and then you apply them to the domain problem.
Hi, Juliana Chuga.
You're not allowed to ask a question.
PhD student. Thank you for this amazing talk. I'm actually, I think the main idea here, and maybe I'm mistaken, is once you use AI as a feature extractor, then you find things that you couldn't see otherwise in your data. And one of the issues I've had in one of the projects I'm working on is it's not really fancy to just say the issue with my model is not the model itself, but rather the data I'm using. How much do you think, and I think we've mentioned this in the conference already, that we have enough models, we have enough feature extractors, we need to focus on changing how we use those models to extract useful clinical information. In this case, or the specific question I have is, how do you see, is this more focused on models, or the insights that we get is how to fix the models, or how we fix the data and how we use that data for not just training, but rather to ask more specific questions as to what we're looking at in terms of results?
Yeah, so I think that, number one, this is both, right? And I think, and this may not be a good answer to you, is just that we don't know what we don't know. It's such a gray area that, and that's what makes students, researchers, the public very uncomfortable. Right now, we're in a race to regulate AI. It's very difficult to know what this is. If you ask me, maybe 6 months when we started working on this project, is this where we would have ended up? Absolutely not. And so I think what we're missing really are these places where we can share best practices and save people time from making the same mistakes, and so that we still move the project forward. Now, I'll tell you that we've evaluated the foundation models, and they're as messy as any other model. And so the question is, which is again the paradigm shift, are we moving to this, or are we moving back to something different? But I think the new RIPS with the dataset track, we had a really good paper accepted for data sets, in fact. And so I think people are going to really realize the data sets and data set quality and studying data sets requires new approaches that are novel, but is very important if you're going to move this AI to the real world.
For the sake of time, we'll take one last question.
Hi, hello. So I was wondering what your opinion on better performance due to relying on shortcut versus clinical validity, because you shouldn't be relying on shortcuts. Because if we follow the paradigm where these models are now only deployed in very local AI settings, where you assume you're never going to be out of distribution, you're still going to be preserving the same spurious correlation and shortcut that the model is relying on. From an accuracy point of view, it seems okay that the model is actually relying on these things. But if you develop these explainability models where you explain to the clinician, oh, sorry, we're actually not relying on clinical features, we're relying on whether you had a prior procedure done, because we get better performance and even better than maybe your predictions. So I was wondering how this will actually work in maybe deployment, whether we should be relying on shortcuts or not, in a more a local AI paradigm.
Yeah, so I think that, first of all, as you know, the AI deployment, the one thing I haven't talked about are the human factors, right? I'll tell you that we don't need a model that works 100%. And actually, there'll never be a model that works 100%. Maybe for normal cases, but it's just not going to happen in medicine. It's too It's too variable. People, don't realize the complexity of that. Even I, as a physician, I'm also surprised about that. And then the second part is that we need to, we don't know when shortcuts are helpful. For example, age, more than race and sex, age seems to be one of the biggest troublemakers. But it's true, we get some diseases with age, right? A 11-year-old will not have breast cancer. And so we have to really still figure out either we are going to have an ensemble of models or how we deploy this safely, especially in the era of automation bias, right? Your humans seem that you disrupt them, and when you have them rely on AI, their performance drops, and when bad AI is removed, their performance still remains poor, are still open questions. And and the hope here is that the talk started with bias, but there's so many questions to be answered. I know it's a really hard time to be interested in this topic, and I just wanted to show the breadth of why medicine is just not cats and dogs. It just requires just a different thought if you can understand the framing of the problem. Great.
All right, thank you so much.
Dr. Wolfe was a 2023 Rockefeller Foundation's Daneshjou Center resident for work advancing good governance and responsible use of artificial intelligence, and received the Roxana Fellowship for individuals who have made a substantial contribution to the city of New York, and previously a director of the public health program at the Open Society Foundation. He has been a senior consultant at the Global Fund to fight AIDS, TB, and malaria, community scholar at Columbia University Center for History and Ethics of Public Health, and was a director of the communications at the Gay Men's Health Crisis, the largest and oldest AIDS organization in the United States. Popular publications, drug safety, future virology, the International Journal of Drug Policy, the Journal of American Medical Association, the Journal of Medical Ethics, the International Herald Tribune, the Lancet Public Health, Book Review. Dr. Wolfe holds a BA in Near Eastern Studies from Princeton University and a Master's in Public Health and a Master's in Philosophy from Columbia University. Join me in welcoming Dr. Wolfe to give this exciting talk. Thank you.
Hi everyone, and thank you. I should say that this, the point of my bio is probably two things. One, I'm relatively new to the Bay Area in California, and I'm not a computer scientist, but I'm trained in public health. But what I really want to send you away with is the message that you, and many of you I know are already PhD students or faculty, but if you could please tell your friends and interested people about our program, we would be exceedingly grateful. I am relatively new in the role. I arrived with the first cohort of PhD students 2 years ago, some of whom are here. And I should also say that there are a number of faculty also here, so I'm going to give you a super brief overview of the program, but please look to the students and the faculty to learn more. I don't think it's news to this audience. I won't bore you with discussions around multimodal health data, but I will just call attention to the name of our program, which is Computational Precision Health rather than medicine. And part of that thinking is that we are really interested not just in sort of joining the power of AI and computation with the electronic health record. You heard Ida Sim, our faculty co-director yesterday, talking about the importance of wearable data, but also really translating and bringing some of the power of these models to community health. So that means outside the context of the doctor's office or the clinic, but really where people receive their health in community and sort of facilitating communication and application of AI to do things like improve the work of community health workers or of people who don't necessarily consider themselves patients yet, but who might still benefit from some of the predictive analytics and insights that all of you are bringing to the work. We have two wings of the bird that is the Computational Precision Health Program. One is a PhD training program, and again, Xinyang, Hangzhou, if you could just raise your hand so people know where to find you. They can tell you more about the student experience. There were also a number of people here yesterday. But the idea of our educational approach, Berkeley has no medical school. UCSF has no school of engineering and is not as strong in computer science, though they have very strong bioinformatics. The idea was a program that joined these two powers together. People who graduate from the program get degrees both from Berkeley and from UCSF. education includes cornerstone and training in computer science, but also practicum where you're embedded in clinical specialties or engaged with public health practitioners. And I will say that our emphasis, if some of you remember the slide that Ida Sim showed at the very beginning of her presentation yesterday that showed the scale from molecular to human to people and community, our emphasis is on complex whole person care. So care in the context of someone's life, multiple conditions, and with AI to sort of augment clinical intelligence or public health intelligence, or patient intelligence, something that has come up a lot in the roundtables, but not so much from the dais. And I know we are going to hear at least from one patient representative later today. Very much looking forward to it. Our aspiration is really to bring that voice and amplify it in some of our work going forward. Why UC Berkeley? I think many people know that we do very strong computer science and engineering. Why UCSF? Top tier clinical expertise, bioinformatics, and access to a large amount of AI-ready health data. So this is really, our program is really meant to join these two institutions to do what they neither can do alone. We accept about 6 to 8 students a year. We are very lucky to have been philanthropically endowed to allow us to admit students, including international students. So if you know people who are really interested in bringing some of the conversations and insights you've had here about joining the power of AI in medicine and clinical expertise and attention to things like workflow or sort of practical deployment in real-world settings, think of us. We are led by both Ida Sim, who we heard from yesterday, and Maya Peterson, who also is the co-director of the Center for Targeted Machine Learning and Causal Inference. I wasn't at the causal inference table, but I see Marie-Laure is there at Causality and also is a postdoc at CTML and can also tell you a little bit about how we interact between CPH and other affiliated entities looking at things like causal inference and quantification of uncertainty. And I just wanted to tell you a little bit about some of the work of the faculty members. I recognize that it's somewhat absurd for me, say, to be describing Irene Chen's work because she's here and she can tell you more about it. But in any event, this will be a super brief snapshot about some of the directions of research that will give you a little bit of a sense of our overall programmatic trajectory. In UC also is blessed with having the so-called information commons. I think these numbers are actually already out of date, but more than 130 million clinical notes, 5.5 million patients, data joined from 5 UC medical centers are actually, and with much data coming every day. Jean Feng is also here somewhere and worked at the San Francisco General. We also now have some access to that data, which is exciting. So very large resource to work with. And one of the great strengths of being in the UC system where some of this data can be aggregated and shared. We currently have 4 primary faculty members, and just very quick snapshots on some of their work. So Adam Yala, who has not been here because he's actually speaking at a competing or concurrently scheduled conference this morning, but Xin Yang also works on this, is very interested in using basically deep learning for image and language combination to improve cancer risk prediction. As many of you know, and maybe some of you have experienced even, mammogram plus MRI, for example, is excellent at detecting breast cancer, but under current guidelines about more than 95% of the people who are screened in that way will not go on to develop cancer. And conversely, less than 30% of people who do develop breast cancer, for example, have had those 2 screens. So Adam and his lab, along with Maggie Chung, who's a UCSF radiologist, working to develop better ways to predict breast cancer risk and spare those who might not need ongoing screening, the burden and anxiety of that intervention. So Adam's model has, the model that was based on mammogram plus a little bit of additional information called Mirai, validated now retrospectively in 30 countries, about 2 million mammograms, better than standard of care in predicting breast cancer. Now with the addition of MRI, the hope is that that will become even more precise and better. And again, for many of us who are used to models that are evaluated retrospectively but never enter clinical trials, there's a clinical trial ongoing both at UCSF, at Amherst, et cetera, and also some deployment now at the San Francisco General, where the intention is really to just keep women who might need follow-up getting that information on the same day rather than having to wait for days or weeks and being lost to follow-up. I won't go through all of the articles and media attention that this approach has gotten, but just to say that this is not just a breast cancer-focused effort, but could be and is being extended to other forms of cancer, including prostate, et cetera. Ahmed Allah, who some of you may have met yesterday, and who could easily be sitting at the causality table, is very interested in using methods of causal inference to basically address the question of individual treatment effect rather than average treatment effect, with an approach to basically looking at the counterfactual and using statistical method to estimate, for example, and answer questions, including with quantification of uncertainty, such questions as, well, what would happen if this particular patient had switched medications 2 months earlier or had received some other kind of intervention? Also interested in using LLMs as a kind of co-pilot for what is right now the fairly complicated, cost-intensive and expertise-intensive process of trying to develop a causal roadmap that distinguishes causation from confounding. Working on using LLMs as a kind of co-pilot so that people who are not statistics PhDs might be able to more easily work to sort of figure out what the right estimand is and what the path forward is. Just as an example of clinical application, working on heart failure with preserved ejection fraction. I don't know how many cardiologists are in the room. I think maybe not so many, but anyway, very common form of heart disease, most prevalent among women, difficult to diagnose, very little patient phenotyping. So Ahmed and colleagues and students, including some who have been here, working on really using some combination of AI, waveforms, et cetera, to really improve patient phenotyping and treatment course. Irene is here, but in the absence of her at the podium, and I know she's attending to some conference-related business, a lot of her past work has been focused on some of the questions that have come up at the panel yesterday and at our table, at least table 3 today, on basically addressing missingness, bias, robustness, fairness of machine learning and large language models. Also working on looking at things like use of large language models, combining them with clinical notes, et cetera, to ascertain how structural determinants of health might, for example, influence high-risk pregnancy, who succeeds at liver transplant, and other kinds of questions that often and increasingly will join unconventional sources of data, whether that's social media data or environmental data, to sort of improve what I would call structural predictions of risk and move it a little bit out of the solely the EHR-focused framework. Again, many accolades and important papers. I'll leave those to those of you who know the literature better. But our last full-time colleague, at least until next week, when we'll be joined by a new colleague for which we're very excited, is Sandhya Subramanian. So Sandhya comes mostly from the combination of bioengineering and computation and looks at measurements of the autonomic nervous system, mostly using non-invasive sensors. But just to say that there's a whole range of questions that are best detected either outside the clinic, where most of her sensors are deployed, whether that's people who are experiencing migraines or have Parkinson's or have issues with gastroparesis related to diabetes. But basically, the clinical encounter is a very limited source of information about these things. Sandhya also has done a lot of work on things like measuring pain for patients while under anesthesia. So most anesthesia measures are just how sort of out people are, but actually your body is still experiencing pain. So Sandhya's it sits in the OR, designs and applies the sensors, and then uses computation to ascertain what the body's experience was in ways that the patient would never be able to talk about. There are lots of awards and prizes that the faculty have gotten, including from Google Research, from Microsoft Research, from Apple Machine Learning. And all of the faculty are vigorously engaged in building their labs. And we also have faculty affiliates across multiple clinical specialties at UCSF and at Berkeley. So about 80 faculty who are affiliates. They have their home departments somewhere, but are very engaged with and interested in CPH. These are just some of the kinds of issues that they are working on. We also have a designated emphasis. So if you're a PhD student who isn't willing or ready or able yet to commit fully to computational precision health, but it's sort of the PhD equivalent of a minor. And some of those students were also here presenting, which is great. Let me just end by saying that really our commitment is to bringing the impact of computation to the real world and making a difference in either clinical context or public health context for real people. So Ida talked yesterday about Jupyter Health. I think many of you heard it. She didn't talk so much about plans for deployment. It will probably start with a focus on continuous glucose monitoring and blood pressure monitoring, and that will be, the plan is to deploy that at 1600 Divisadero, a new primary care clinic that UCSF has opened. We're also in the process of bringing Nightingale Open Science, which, as some of you know, is a large repository freely available of about 400,000 labeled images, chest x-rays, breast biopsies, knee x-rays, et cetera, that University of Chicago has hosted for cloud-based work. We're actually in the process of bringing it to Berkeley and UCSF now so that people affiliated with the CPH program can work with it. And we really hope that basically this discussion around increasingly open platforms, which has come up a bunch of times in the past few days, will continue to build, and that we will begin to see something like a public infrastructure so that our colleagues don't have to spend years of their PhD education negotiating data use agreements, only to find that that's the hardest part of the problem people are solving. And finally, I see a colleague from Kaiser here. We're in discussions with Kaiser about being a sort of computational health and practice site, but in general, very much looking to sites that are willing to deploy computation. And so that includes Weill Cornell in New York, UCSF, but also things like the California Department of Healthcare Services. So Maya Peterson is working on risk segmentation, stratification, and tiering to do things like identify what most in need Californians might most benefit from in terms of supports, which might not be a medical intervention at all, but might be something like a peer adherence support or subsidy, transportation subsidy. With that, let me just say that there's a lot of experience elsewhere in the world. We tend to be very US focused because the US healthcare system is such a particular animal. But for example, Maya and colleagues have worked a lot in East Africa and very large-scale studies using adaptive randomization and other methods to basically change as they go in the course of a clinical trial who gets what without losing statistical validity, but definitely improving, for example, people's ability to manage blood pressure, join blood pressure management with things like HIV care, and reduce risk. I basically just want to welcome you all. This is our first time sponsoring CHIL. We're so delighted to have you. As one of my table colleagues said, the conference is CHIL, and I appreciate it. But it's also inspiring to see so many people here who are joining basically attention to ethics, fairness, inference, learning, and critical thinking. And that's very much in the spirit of CPH. And we hope that you or others will join us as we continue to grow. Thank you. I'm happy to take questions, but there don't need to be any. I will say that I think we resume the formal program at 1:30 with the keynote from Peter. So, yeah. I'm here. If you have questions, feel free to come up and find me. Thanks.
It's my great pleasure to introduce Dr. Peter Szolovits. Peter Szolovits is a professor of computer science and engineering and of health sciences and technology at MIT. He heads the clinical decision-making group, MEDG, at the Computer Science and Artificial Laboratory. His research focuses on AI and computing solutions to challenges of clinical medicine, decision support for diagnosis, therapy management, and patient-centered decision-making. His AI foci are on machine learning, knowledge representation, prognostic modeling, and clinical natural language understanding. He's a member of the National Academy of Medicine and various honorary societies, and a recipient of the Morris Collin Award from the American College of Medical Informatics. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Szolovits.
Thank you, Monica. Well, hi. I'm probably the oldest person in the room here, and so that gives me a chance to talk a little bit about history because some of it happened before most of you were born. You may have noticed that we live in the age of AI and generative AI models, which is kind of a strange age. And so what I'm going to try to do today is to take this Roman image and try to personalize it by saying this is a Janus figure, and what it does is it looks forward and it looks backward. And I'm going to try to look backward in order to help us look forward. Now, before I start with this, I should tell you a little bit about myself and my own biases. So when the New England Journal of Medicine AI subjournal started publishing, its editor is Zach Kohane. And Zach was one of my students back when dinosaurs roamed the earth, but we're good friends. And so he is a great enthusiast about how large language models and similar technologies are going to solve all of the world's problems. But he decided that he wanted a counterbalancing viewpoint in his magazine, in his journal. And so he invited me to write a diatribe about what's wrong with these LLMs. And I was happy to do that because when ChatGPT came out, I was just preparing the next iteration of a class that David Sontag and I have been teaching for about 6 years, called Machine Learning for Healthcare, and there's a section of it on language processing, natural language. And in preparation for that, my TA, Eric Lehman, went to ChatGPT and said, write an essay about Peter Szolovits's career. And so it wrote one, and I looked at it, and every single thing in it was wrong, except for an overall description of the general types of problems that I'm interested in. But it gave my date of birth incorrectly, and it gave where I went to school incorrectly, and it listed my top 10 papers, some of which I wish I had written, but but not a one of them was an actual paper. And what really teed me off is that at the very end it said, well, my students will miss me sorely because I died in 2018. So I told my kids this, and they said, well, great, you're now up there with Mark Twain, who similarly had his death reported somewhat prematurely. So let me go through just the highlights of what I said in that paper to give you a sense of where I'm coming from. So the first problem is that these language models are trained on an autoregressive basis because we have tons of autoregressive data where you predict the next word. And that's fine, and you would expect that they would learn, for example, pretty good grammar from doing this sort of thing. But it's hard to understand why they learn to do anything better than that. And in fact, they do better than that most of the time, with the caveat that nevertheless they hallucinate, for example, my death. By the way, today's GPT, whatever it is, no longer makes that mistake. It knows that I'm still alive, thank goodness. The kinds of questions that I wanted to pose to the field in 2013 were questions like this. How do we trade off domain specificity versus the size of the model that you construct and the amount of training data? And since then, we've gotten some evidence that there is a trade-off. If you narrow the field sufficiently, you can do better than very large trained models that are not so specific. So we're beginning to learn something about this. One thing we haven't learned much about is, can we turn what we learn, what the guts of these models say, into something that is human understandable? You know, if I give you a trillion parameter model and I tell you all of the numbers in each of the nodes in that model, that doesn't explain anything. And yet I'd like to understand, what do these things actually know? My question was, is there some abstraction of the transformer model that can learn something like a knowledge graph from data in the same autoregressive way that it learns things like grammar and whatever else it's learning from its current procedures? Now, I also complained about a couple of things, which is that most of contemporary research, and again, this is getting slightly better with time, but remember I wrote this 2 years ago, is empirical. It's saying, how well does this methodology or this technology work on this problem, that other problem, and how well can we generalize from that? And none of that gives us any sort of overall understanding of what the technology is actually doing. And that, to me, that seemed like a real lack. And until we understand that better, I'm nervous about applying it in safety-critical domains such as healthcare, where having an incorrect result convince somebody to do something stupid can actually cost lives or create harm. And then finally, I was puzzled by something that's expressed by this line, or these lines. You know, if I'm studying biochemistry, then I don't expect to find a principles of operation manual for biochemistry that says, here's how we designed it to work. And so it has to be an empirical investigation, because it's some complex system that evolved over eons, and we don't know a priori how it's supposed to work. These large language models were designed by people. They're engineering artifacts. We know exactly how they're trained, although companies like OpenAI aren't open enough to tell us exactly what they were trained on. But nevertheless, we're missing the ability to figure out what these models are actually learning inside. And so we treat them the same way we treat something like biochemistry or cosmology, which we have no control over. We just assume that these are natural phenomena, and we do probes and try to figure out what's going on inside them. That seems weirdly wrong to me. Now, a retort to that might be, well, maybe they're just so complex that the only model that can explain what these things are doing is the thing itself. And that's possible. That would be a disappointing result, in my view. So to finish up my story about where I'm coming from, last fall I was invited to debate Zach on this topic that said, should GPT-4 write my thesis? And thank God I had the choice of whether to take the affirmative or the negative. And so you can guess that I took the negative. Zach took the positive. We had a grand old time. It was a classic Oxford-style debate at this conference. Okay, so looking backward, when I got into this field in 1974, I was very much influenced by this article by Bill Schwartz, who later became my collaborator. Bill was a nephrologist at Tufts Medical School and was chief of medicine at Tufts Medical Center at the time. And in 1970, after a distinguished career as a researcher in nephrology, he wrote this article that said, the future of medicine has to incorporate computing because there's just too much to know. When he became chief of medicine, he was telling me people would stop him in the hall and they would say, you know, I have this interesting neurology patient or this interesting cardiac patient with something weird going on. Can you help me figure it out? And he said, look, I'm a nephrologist. I don't know enough about these other fields to be able to do that. And so he was convinced that the explosion of knowledge of medicine would outpace the ability of people to keep up with it. And so he felt that the only hope was to engage the computer, as he says, as an intellectual companion to a human being to help figure out how to do things. And he predicted that this would change a lot of the organizations and educational behavior of healthcare. So I had the pleasure in the year 2000, which is when he predicted all this would happen, of giving him a call. He had retired and moved to Southern California. But I said, hey, Bill, the 30 years are up. It hasn't happened. And he laughed and he said, well, you know, that's what's happened to predictions. But the idea, I think, is still really valuable, and the observations that led to it are valuable. And in fact, if you look at PubMed, you see a graph, something like the one at the top here, which shows that the number of articles that mention artificial intelligence and medicine has grown very sharply over the years. I think this is a couple of years old at this point. So here are some of his predictions. He said, we're going to use the computer as an intellectual tool, that we're going to use it as a consultant built into the natural process of healthcare, that it will help us keep up with the expansion of medical knowledge, that it will engage us in frequent dialogue, and that it will recommend the most probable diagnoses and the safest and most likely to be efficacious courses of action that you could take. So that didn't happen within Bill's lifetime, but arguably it's happening now. And so that's very exciting, but also a little bit daunting because of what I said earlier about my skepticism about the abilities of these models that we're using today. So how do you do this? Well, step one is you need a lot of knowledge. Step two is you need some inference methods. So this particular one is a pattern matching method that says how well does a template of a disease match the description of the condition of a patient, and how well can we align those, and to the extent that we can't, to the extent that there are differences, those will help us guide us in our data collection strategies and our inference strategies, et cetera. And then finally, we need some notion of likelihood and risk. Now, you may find this puzzling, but in the 1970s, most AI research assumed that the world was deterministic. And so there was very little research on probability and inference using probability. And so that excited me because it seemed for a new professor like a good area that one could potentially make your mark in. Although I have to confess, I never did because we came up with some terrible ideas, shared with other people, other smart people who also came up with similar terrible ideas. And it wasn't until the mid-1980s when Yuta Pearl and to some extent Greg Cooper came up with the right formulation of these problems that gave us the right technology with which to express the correct way of doing things. So what I want to do today is go through a list of about 10 steps along the way to today. And I don't want to do this just to give you a history lesson, but I want to do it because I think that each of those steps involved some fundamental insight about what medical problem solving, medical advice giving really needs to entail. And therefore, I view these as challenges for the kinds of technologies that we're working on today. I should mention I went to the pre-conference on Wednesday, and there's a big disconnect between what I heard at that pre-conference, which was all enthusiasm about commercializing the technologies that we have today, with the implicit expectation that they will all work, or that most of them will work, with the more nuanced investigation that I hear from the more researchy, university-based people in this audience who tend to have some healthy skepticism and a desire to really test whether these things are going to work or not, and to develop the technology further. So I'll go through these sort of one at a time. If you go back to the literature, you discover that by the 1960s, people were saying, oh, you know, simple naive Bayes allows us to do some inference. And that's cool. I think this started with like Leslie and Lusted back around 1960. Then Tony Gorey, one of my mentors, developed it in a sequential manner in the late 1960s. By the 1970s, there were medical schools teaching these techniques to new doctors to try to influence the way that they thought about complex decision-making tasks. And the idea is that you have like a disease node here, which has one of a fixed number of possible results. You're assuming that the world is exhaustive and mutually exclusive, that you can't have two diseases at once, and that you're guaranteed to have one of the diseases, one of which might be your normal, represented by the D node. And then the S nodes are symptoms or manifestations or causes or whatever that are probabilistically associated with these diseases. And as the Reverend Bayes taught us a couple of hundred years ago, there's a simple way of then updating your probability distribution as you make observations about reality. Now, here's something interesting. Tony, for his PhD thesis in the 60s, developed a technique that said, if you have a choice of which of these symptoms to investigate, you should investigate the one that is likely to give you the most information. And so if you use an expected entropy formulation of the decision-making task, you discover that this works very well. And in a typical case where you may have many dozens of possible symptoms to investigate, given what you already know about the patient and the prior knowledge that you have about the domain, you can say this test is likely to be most informative among the tests that I haven't done yet. So when I started for a tutorial that I gave at one of the SCAMSI or maybe early AMIA conferences, I re-implemented a program that they had published in the mid-1970s, except with a visual interface. And so the idea was, this is an acute renal failure program. Notice that if your kidneys stop producing urine, it's very unlikely that that's for two different independent causes. It's more likely that some particular thing happened that causes you to become oliguric, and therefore it satisfies the assumptions of this method. So I wrote this program that shows the probability distribution in the upper left. It shows the remaining questions that you could ask or tests that you could do in the upper right. And then it shows the sequential result of the change in the probability distribution as you answer certain questions. And when I demonstrated this to a group of mostly young doctors, I remember one of them raised his hand and says, "Wow, that's exactly how I think." And I said, "I doubt it." Because I don't think we calculate expected entropies and Bayes rule in our head very well. On the other hand, a couple of years ago, I had a guest lecturer in the class that Sontag and I taught, who was a relatively young doctor, and he went through a couple of diagnostic problems, cases, and he really did think the way this program does. He thought about what would be the most informative test to do. He would order the test, get the result, update in some approximate sense in a Bayesian way the probability distribution, and then go on to the next step of diagnostic reasoning. So I found that really interesting, and it's a model that's still with us. You know, it's basically a linear model because it assumes conditional independence of all the observables. But on the other hand, when I complained about this to one of my electrical engineering colleagues at MIT, he said, "Well, look, we know that the real world is not linear, but most of the theory in electrical engineering assumes that it is, and it works pretty well." Okay? So that's step one. Now, around the same time, my colleagues at Stanford, this was originally Ted Shortliff's PhD thesis, built a system called MISON that was a rule-based system that said that the way you should reason is not by just calculating these probabilities, but by having rules of inference that you can chain together. And so they had MISON is a common suffix for antibiotics, and they had an antibiotic advisor that tried to figure out whether your patient had an infection, and if so, what was infecting them, in order to do a good job of recommending a drug that would be especially good at treating that particular infection. So this was trying to fight the overuse of broad-spectrum antibiotics. And here are a couple of the rules out of the 400 rules in the system. And it used a form of backward chaining, which said that if I want to find out a fact, I either look for a rule that can conclude that fact and run it, or I ask the user, because eventually you run out of rules and you're down to facts that only the user can produce, can provide for you. And then what does it mean to run a rule? Well, what it means is you look at all the premises of the rule and you ask whether each premise is true. And if each of the premises is true, then you can make the conclusion of its output. And so what effectively it's doing is it's creating an and/or decision tree out of this set of rules. But the benefit is that by having them encoded as rules, they're always applicable whenever it's appropriate to apply them. and you can make the system work that way. And that was Meissen's great contribution. Now, it did have one of many of the terrible probabilistic ideas of those days. So it had a certainty factor model that could estimate how true was the likely outcome of a rule based on how true were the premises of the rule. And that model is garbage, and we now know that it was a bad idea, but at the time that was the best we could do. Now, one of the things that was really important about this program is that it could explain its operation in terms of these rules. So you could ask it a question like, is this organism a streptococcus? And it would say no. The identity of the organism is E. coli, 74% Bacteroides, blah, blah, blah. These are not percent, but sort of certainty factors. And then you could say, why did you rule out strep as a possibility for this organism? And it would say, well, Rule 33 could have been used to determine that the identity is strep. However, one of its clauses about morphology was already known to be false, and therefore it's not strep. Okay? So this is actually really cool because you can very mechanically get an insight into the operations of the program. And we knew from talking to our medical colleagues that they were going to be very reluctant to accept any of this type of technology if the technology could not also explain to them how it came to the conclusions. They didn't want just oracles. They wanted something that was really a partner in a conversation. And I think that's a great challenge, which we haven't quite met yet. So to get ahead of myself a little bit, if you tried doing this today, the problem is you can go to a large language model that gives you an answer and say, well, why did you give me this answer? And it will tell you something. But you have no guarantee that the thing it's telling you is actually related to how it derived the answer that it gave you in the first place. And that's troubling. Okay, I have more examples, but I'll skip this. So at the same time, some of my colleagues at MIT, very much influenced by Marvin Minsky's work on frames, this was sort of the pattern matching approach that I was talking about earlier. They came up with a program called the Present Illness Program, which was for diagnosis of kidney diseases. And the idea was that from the initial complaint of the patient, a doctor would guess what might be wrong with the patient. That guess would then evoke from their knowledge base a frame that represented that disease, which would then suggest what other things do you expect to be the case in this patient, and that would tell you what questions you could ask and would help you get on the diagnostic process. It also explained the, ways in which even expert doctors could be misled. I remember doing a demonstration in a class I was teaching then with Jerry Kassirer, who later became editor of the New England Journal of Medicine. So he's a hotshot doctor. And we deliberately concocted a case that would mislead him. And it did, because he started off with an incorrect guess. And there's enough of a confirmation bias that even when we told him facts that were inconsistent with his guess, he forgot that we had told him that. And it was only once he had been led down the primrose path that he finally realized that we had misled him, or that the case had misled him. And he went back and said, oh, in that case, let's reconsider and go in a different direction. So the Present Illness Program does something that actually looks like the scientific method. And I used to tease doctors, many of whom thought that they were practicing the art of medicine, that I would tease them that they were actually Baconian scientists. They were forming hypotheses, running experiments to test them, and then revising the hypotheses based on the results of those experiments. So the model of the memory structure in the present illness program was a hypothesis was typically either a disease or a syndrome, and it had manifestations or triggers. Triggers were ones that would evoke it. It had causally associated related hypotheses. It had logical criteria for deciding whether this was certainly true or certainly false. It had a probabilistic scoring function about which I reiterate it was terrible. And it had a differential diagnosis heuristic that said if you're thinking about this disease and you get the following fact, then you should think instead about this other one because they're often confused with each other. So here, for example, is a model of nephrotic syndrome. So these 7 features are things that you might expect in nephrotic syndrome, and the ones with asterisks are evoking ones. So they're ones that tell you that if you ever hear the symptom, then think right away about this as a potential disease that's associated with it. A graphical illustration of this is the knowledge base looks like what we would today call a knowledge graph. And the way the knowledge graph works is that when pieces of it are matched by data that you accumulate about the patient, that pulls parts of the graph into the foreground, and those become the focus of further reasoning in the program. That was very influential, and I mean, I laugh now, but Shortliff and I had a long-running argument about which was the right way to approach diagnostic reasoning. The Stanford School was totally committed to using rules, and MIT was totally committed to using these frames. And finally, we started adding rules to our frames, and they started adding data structures to their rules, and we got together and decided that that was not an interesting debate. Now, what was interesting was the following problem. Remember, the Bayesian method assumes that you have exactly one disease. In reality, and more as time goes on, people have multiple diseases because we suffer from chronic diseases. They accumulate. By the time you're my age, you're likely to have several different things wrong with you that interact with each other and so on. And so the problem is that if you try to do this even with Bayesian network technology, which developed in the 1980s, it's computationally ridiculously expensive to do and actually impractical. So there was a group at Pittsburgh who developed the internist, later called QMR, system. And they had this interesting idea, which is if you're considering 2 diseases as competitors, and they share in common some of the symptoms that they predict, but not all of them. And you observe 2 of these symptoms that are predicted by both diseases. Obviously, those diseases continue to be competitors. But as a heuristic, they said, well, if one of the diseases explains some additional symptoms that the other one doesn't, they still remain competitors, although their scoring method, by the way, also terrible, would help you differentiate which is more likely. On the other hand, once each disease explains things that the other one doesn't, then maybe they're complementary. So maybe you actually have both diseases rather than just one of them. And then they had this lovely heuristic that said, let's take, in this case, all the symptoms explained by disease 2, take them and put them aside for the moment and just concentrate on disease 1, and whatever else is still a competitor for it, do the differential diagnosis between those, and then once you've reached a conclusion, then you can go back to considering disease 2 and its competitors and see if you can find multiple diseases that best explain the condition of this patient. So that's actually a hard problem representationally because of what I told you about the computational complexity of a Bayesian network model. Remember, we didn't have that at the time to solve this problem. Nevertheless, they built a knowledge base that had about 1,000 hypotheses, about 4,000 symptoms or manifestations, and it had evocation strengths which were kind of like the posterior probability of the disease given just that symptom, and frequencies which were the probability of the symptom given just that disease. Now, the evocation is a complicated thing to try to estimate, but they did it by licking their fingers and holding them up in the breeze and saying, oh, I think it's 0.7 or something. And the diagnostic strategy was to use the scoring function to partition using this notion of competition versus simultaneous existence. And so they could do multi-hypothesis diagnosis. One of our students then did a more formal version of this by essentially reducing this to a search over a space of possible hypotheses. And I'm not going to go into detail because I'm running out of time. The other approach that we took was to say, well, causality is clearly important. And so if we have a domain in which there is some deep understanding of the medicine, then we can use that in order to limit the search space of possibilities. So this was based on a program done by Ramesh Patil as part of his PhD thesis. And the motivation for this was to say, if you look at electrolyte and acid-base abnormalities, what happens is that if you have diarrhea, you're losing alkali through your diarrhea. And if you have vomiting, then you're losing acid through your vomit. And so it's quite possible to have both diarrhea and vomiting and have a normal pH in your body because you've lost an offsetting amount of acid and base. And yet you can't write a rule that says, well, if you have a normal acid-base status, you should consider that maybe the patient is both having diarrhea and vomiting simultaneously. That doesn't make any sense. And so we built a more mechanistic model that explored these possibilities in the way that our nephrologist colleagues thought about them. So this was expert system kind of stuff. And the idea was to build a multi-level model where we could say at some very aggregate level, we can draw a causal diagram that says, this change in the physiology causes this change in the observables, but then we could go down to deeper levels and look at the interactions between different variables. So reasoning from models was a great idea, and then I started a project looking at cardiovascular dynamics, and the problem with cardiovascular dynamics is that this is the best model we had of it. It was about 400 differential equations with about 700 free parameters, and we could never fit this model to any real patient because we could never do enough measurements on the patient without killing him. So this didn't lead anywhere. But then finally Bayesian networks came along, and we had a language in which to express these ideas, even though we still needed heuristics in order to be able to do the calculations that we needed to do that. And in fact, you could learn these from data. And I think this is an idea that's still very applicable today because you can create a representation of what you would like to have your large language model or your generative AI model learn in these sort of terms, and then actually see whether it's learning that through the strange mechanisms that it has. And with this, you can actually reconstruct a Bayesian network by simulating data from it and then using learning techniques to recover the original network. So from here on, you probably know most of what I'm going to talk about, but the basic ideas were, number 6 was the flood of data. Starting in the mid-1990s, we started having lots of EHR data, at least from leading hospitals. By around 2009, when Obamacare and the HITECH Act kicked in, then we had tons of data because everybody was building EHR systems. And that data included language. And so we had a lot of linguistic data that we never had before. And the analysis of that was important. We did some experiments back in the 2000 aughts that showed that by using a combination of tabular and linguistic data, we could do better at things like cohort selection than we had been able to do with just the tabular data or just the linguistic data by itself. The NLM created the UMLS, which is a wonderful resource for natural language processing. And then there was a true revolution in the sense of Thomas Kuhn, that Mikolov and friends came up with the idea that you could embed words in vector spaces and that they seemed to have meaning. And that kicked off everything that's happened since then. So from symbols to vector spaces and closeness in the vector spaces and direction in the vector spaces seem correlated with similarity of meaning and with relationships. So that came as a surprise to most people. And then, of course, we have attention is all you need that says, okay, we have a universal mechanism for exploiting this insight. And then finally, about 3 years ago, we get the GPT models that take a ridiculously simple way of training these very large models by a self-supervised method. And I think I'm going to skip a lot of stuff. So getting back to what I was talking about earlier is we're evaluating these approaches empirically. And the empirical evaluations look pretty good. So this data set of UMLS questions and answers that was created by one of my students has become very popular as an evaluation task for people doing this kind of work. And the evaluations have gotten immensely better over time. However, going back to my reminiscence about Atul, his group did a study last year where they used what was then the state-of-the-art GPT-4 model to try to see how well could you summarize emergency department notes. And what they found is that with GPT-4, about a third of the time, the summary was completely correct. About 10% of the time, there were inaccuracies in the sense that the original note said X, and the summary said something like not X. I mean, that's terrible. About 42% of the time, it would hallucinate something. So it would just make up data that wasn't there. And about 47% of the time, it would leave out something that was really important. So when I gave a talk on this to a hospital audience in Boston, they accused me of being a Luddite because they said, well, it only has to do better than people. But I think in high risk, I mean, I said something that's sort of crazy. I said, look, if I'm going to be killed by a medical error, I'd rather that it was made by a person than by a computer. And my decision analytic friends pointed out that this was nuts. But nevertheless, there's something human about being dealt badly by a human being. So today we have reasoning models, but if you look at this recent paper from Apple, it shows that the reasoning models, in fact, still degrade. They degrade a little bit slower, but as you get larger and larger tasks, they stop working very well and start making all kinds of mistakes. And I think what's interesting is that we're missing a kind of theoretical understanding. So how many of you have heard of perceptrons? All right, most of you. So this was the original basis of neural network models. They weren't very deep because we didn't have the computational power to do deep models. And Minsky and Papert killed that field in the late 1960s, early 1970s by publishing this book. If you look at those two diagrams, they look pretty similar, but it turns out one of them is fully connected and the other one is not. And they proved that the perceptron models of that era would be unable to distinguish between those two conditions. And that's what killed the field. Now, of course, the models we have now are much more sophisticated and can tell the difference between those. And we also have about 7 orders of magnitude more computing power than we had back in the 1980s, which was the last time that that these models, that these deep neural network models were popular. So what I want to leave you with is, if you think about some of the kinds of approaches that I talked about, we don't know how to recapitulate their positive features from the sorts of technologies that we're applying today. And so I view that as a challenge to all of us who are working, because, you know, I'm not a Luddite. I love deep neural network models and large language models and generative AI. I just want to understand them better so that I feel more confident in being able to use them for safety critical applications. And with that, I'm done.
I think we have time for a few questions. Thank you so much. Pete was on my committee, and therefore I got a lot of history lessons whenever I thought I had a new idea. And it turned out people thought about it 40 years ago and better than I had.
You know, there was a funny thing. I remember when PubMed started getting computerized, it only went back to 1985. And as a result, essentially nothing done before 1985 existed as far as students or researchers were concerned. And we do have some historical amnesia. And so one of the benefits of all this gray hair is that I remember things that I think were important that people don't naturally come across.
First off, thanks, Pete, for this wonderful talk. My question is, I guess, how do we balance I feel like there's 3 competing principles that we all resonate with in this room, presumably, to some degree, that you've touched on in your talk. One is the need to understand these models and ensure they're sufficiently effective and safe. And when I say these models, I don't mean just LLMs, but like any sort of machine learning approach, right? And the second is the realities of the limitations of the healthcare system, in the sense of, like, you know, I think I too resonate with would you rather be killed via a medical error by a machine or by a person? But there's a third category too of killed by a medical inaction, right, where nothing has happened because there's no access or something like this. And I think that makes it more challenging. And then the third is, you know, sort of an overextension or conflation of that second idea of getting too, focused on the commercialization potentials and the hype of some of these systems, and letting that sort of blind us to the fine line between this technology is good enough to account for the inadequacies that we have in the human system, but in reality is exposing new kinds of errors or new ways to systematically introduce errors in certain populations. And so, for this audience, just how should we think about navigating that? Yeah, all the answers, please.
Well, that's a tough question. It probably depends a little bit on your personality and your orientation. So I'm a kind of dyed-in-the-wool academic, and so I think about trying to understand things thoroughly. But I recognize that the world may not be thoroughly understandable. And I also think that if you have an imperfect tool that nevertheless improves on the state of the art in some field, then it's probably a good idea to use it, although cautiously. I think it has to exceed the state of the art by a lot in order to convince me to take on additional risk. Now, what I find interesting is when I talk to CIOs and CMIOs at hospitals, and I ask them, how are you using these generative technologies? And they tend to tell me that they use them in non-safety critical environments. So it's not about deciding whether to take out your left kidney. It's deciding whether to call in an extra nurse for Saturday's shift because they expect a large volume of patients. And the mistakes there are clearly of much lower consequence. And so I think that's a good thing. And maybe with time, as our understanding of these methods gets better, and as we gain more confidence that these things are safe, which I think they are not today, then we can go ahead and try to give them applications that are more consequential and maybe even risky.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. For a lot of young students, researchers out here, what would your advice be on how we should look at the world, and how can we make an impact in a meaningful way?
Well, how you should look at the world is with curiosity and wide open eyes. But this is sort of graduation speech material. So I don't know specifically. Generally, what I found is that the students of mine that I've really enjoyed working with are the ones who come to a problem with a very critical eyesight, and they can say, oh, this is wrong. And then that gives them the opportunity to come up with a new idea that's better. I kept saying about the old probabilistic models being terrible, and I remember meeting Yuda Pearl in the late 1970s when he also had a really terrible probabilistic model, and we would argue about why it was terrible, and he told me, no, I misunderstand, it's great. But then he did go back and come up with the right model about 5 years later. And I didn't, I wish I had, but if you want to be an impactful student, what you do is you find that same sort of situation where something is no good, and you figure out a way of making it good. And that gives you, Pat Winston, my colleague, used to say, you want to be associated with a brand name idea. And so something like Bayesian networks was a brand name idea. And that's what helps launch your career. Sorry if that wasn't terribly specific.
I'll happily monopolize question time if nobody else does. This question is more technical in the sense that, as you rightly point out, theoretical understanding is grossly lacking in the, what are the true capabilities of deep neural networks in general, especially the really high capacity systems as we're getting. And you see these fantastic papers in the space of the theory of machine learning, which I confess a lot of ignorance to personally, where they go through and they show, for example, that you can train some of these deep models on truly randomized labels and have it achieve perfect training set performance, showing that it's completely capable of doing the wrong thing. It just happens to do the right thing in practice, right? And many of you also be familiar in the audience with the sort of, I think this period is slowing down, where there was a period where every other talk you would go to would be, well, generative language models are great, except they could never do thing X, Y, or Z, and then a week later they'd be doing thing X, Y, or Z sort of a thing, and there's this sort of failure of meeting expectations. Do you feel like this long buildup is the point is that it feels like with the complexity of these models, we have grown past some inflection point in terms of how we look at these models, how we understand them, what theoretical understanding means. Maybe an analogy of like classical mechanics versus thermodynamics in a physics sense, right? Where it's just very different laws and rules. Do you feel like, is that an artifact of my thinking because I've only seen this sort of recent things, or like looking backwards, did things feel more tractable and understanding the relevant theory of models historically, and now it does feel different, or have we just missed that one idea so far, if that makes sense?
Well, I don't know the answer to your question, obviously. So I view the empirical approach that most people are taking right now as providing us grist for thought about what the underlying, the more fundamental things are or should be. But we haven't got them yet. So every once in a while, there are hints of it. I heard let's see. I've forgotten the guy's name, but I heard a scholar talking about how if you look at deep models, one of the problems is that the decision surfaces that they fit tend to come very close to many of the data points, and that accounts for the non-robustness of the models, because small changes can make very big changes in the performance. And I thought that was an interesting insight. I just recently heard a talk by Jacob Andreas, one of my colleagues, who was looking at these large language models and seeing what is it that they actually learn when you give them a prompt that asks them to solve some problem in a particular way. And he probes inside the model and comes up with some theories about what might be going on inside these very complex models. It reminds me of, the cognitive science people who stick, 500 electrodes into your brain, and so they're sampling 500 out of billions of neurons. And they're saying, well, it seems to be that, this area of the brain is doing something like a Bayesian update of some probability distribution. And you go, yeah, maybe, right? I mean, it's an intriguing thought, but we're very far from having sort of deep insight into it. The other thing is that because these models are so capable, because they're so large and have so many parameters, the kinds of experiments or the kinds of reasoning that Minsky and Papert did in the perceptron case are not available to us. I don't know anybody, even among my theory colleagues, who is willing to launch a full-on attack at these problems and say, can we prove some existence or non-existence theorems about the way they must work? It's just too complicated. So that's why I don't know what the right answer is. Had I known, I would have encouraged you to do that for your PhD.
Thank you.
All right, nobody wants to call me a Luddite?
We might do one last one, and then we'll go to coffee break.
Thank you so much for the great talk. I'm Xinyang, PhD student at Berkeley and UCSF, working on AI for cancer research. It's so great to see experts like you have like decades of experiences watching this field grow. So I want to ask you a question that might not be too specific about technique or industry. It's more like about what we learned from the past decades of development of the field, if that's okay. So I want to ask a question, so it's like two parts. First of all, I want to ask, what do you think is the biggest driving force that makes the landscape improve across the past decades? Like, what is like, you mentioned EHR system changes like provide us with the huge corpus of text data, all kinds of things like that. I'm wondering, based on your like experience, like what's the biggest like thing that makes the field like grow? This is one question, and one corresponding question is that on your foresight about the future, what might be the next like big wave or next driving forces about the field to make it like next big opportunities, sort of things like that.
So I plead ignorance on what the next big thing is going to be. You know, it's like if I knew that, I could be very rich or something. It's not a single factor. So certainly, if we didn't have the explosion of data that I said started in the 90s and then accelerated since then, we wouldn't be having this meeting, and we wouldn't be able to do many of the things that people are exploring. You know, I remember my first few students, I would have to send down to the hospital, and they would read the patient's chart, which was on paper, and they would take notes in a notebook about that patient. They would then come back to MIT because we didn't have portable computers, and we didn't even have remote terminals, so they had to come back to MIT and type that information into the computer. And I used to joke that if you wrote a program that worked on 3 cases, that was good for a master's degree. And if it worked on 10 cases, it was good for a PhD. That was a joke, but the scarcity of data made the kind of work that we're completely accustomed to today simply impossible. But the technical advances also make a big difference. Jeff Hinton visited MIT about a decade ago and gave a talk about the state of the art of basically deep neural networks at the time. And I had remembered him giving a similar talk in 1980 at a AAAI meeting. And I reminded him of that, and I said, so what's changed since then? And he said, well, the main thing that's changed is that we have about 7 orders of magnitude more computing power today than we did then. So that's clearly an important factor as well. And then we've come to understand things. I pointed out Mikolov's idea that rather than doing symbolic reasoning, which was what everybody had been doing previously, you could turn symbols into vector representations and do stochastic gradient descent on numerical models. That was an enormous breakthrough. Then there was an explosion of different styles of doing that kind of work, and the next big insight was that the transformer model seemed to subsume the characteristics of all those previous models that had been built, and in fact did better. And so all of a sudden, everybody is doing transformers, and then people expanded to doing visual transformers, and I'm on the committee of a student who's doing foundation models in giant pathology images by connecting downscaled versions of the image with patches in the image, all using transformer representations. So those are important conceptual breakthroughs. But where the next one is going to come from, maybe from you. I don't know.
Thank you so much. That's very insightful.
All right. So we just heard a great retrospective from on the history of medical AI from Dr. Peter Szolovits. And now it is my pleasure to introduce the panelists and the moderator for the next session on a very timely topic, a panel discussion on a very timely topic looking into the future, which is translational research in a rapidly changing world. So I'll be introducing the panelists. So first of all, we have Chris Lunt, who is the Chief Technological Officer for the All of Us research program. And All of Us has enrolled over 800,000 participants to power a research platform that accelerates precision medicine. And Chris Lunt's experience spans work in the government and commercial sectors, including founding venture-backed startups. He is a lifelong learner who hosts a science book club. Yeah. And next we have Dr. Josh Fessel. Josh is a physician scientist with experience across disciplines, including pulmonary and critical care medicine, pharmacology, molecular metabolism, and data sciences, and across phases of research, including basic to translational to clinical to population, and across different sectors, including academia, federal government, private sectors, public-private partnerships, and across domains, person-centered, strategic, policy, regulatory operations, and communications. And Dr. Fessel's passion is in finding and creating opportunities to unify the scientific and public health enterprise across traditional silos to amplify the good that can be done. And next we have Dr. Jean Feng. Dr. Feng is an assistant professor in the Department of Epidemiology and Biostatistics at UCSF and the UCSF-UC Berkeley Joint Program in Computational Precision Health. She's also the data science lead on the Prospect team, the Digital Innovation Task Force for the Zuckerberg San Francisco General Hospital. And next we have Dr. Nigam Shah, who is a professor of medicine at Stanford University and chief data scientist for Stanford Healthcare. His research is focused on bringing AI into clinical use safely, ethically, and cost-effectively. Dr. Shah is an inventor on 8 patents, has authored over 300 scientific publications, and has co-founded 3 companies. Dr. Shah was inducted into the American College of Medical Informatics in 2015 and the American Society for Clinical Investigation in 2016. He holds an MBBS from Baroda Medical College, India, a PhD from Penn State University, and completed postdoctoral training at Stanford University. And this panel will be moderated by Dr. Peter Washington, who's an assistant professor in the Division of Clinical Informatics and Digital Transformation, also known as DocIT, in the Department of Medicine at UCSF. Prior to this role, he was an assistant professor in the Department of Information and Computer Sciences at the University of Hawaii at Manoa. And his research group at UCSF, funded by both the NIH and NSF, works on consumer digital health informatics with an emphasis on human-centered AI approaches applied to the context of creating diagnostics, therapeutics, and monitoring tools using wearables, smartphones, and specialized health hardware. And with that, I'll pass the mics, and everyone has their mics, to Dr. Peter Washington, who will kick off this panel discussion. Yeah.
All right, thanks so much. So before we get started, just a little bit of logistics. So we do have an interactive portion to this. So on your phones or laptop, if you go to tinyurl.com/CHIL2025, that's tinyurl.com/CHIL2025, there will be an interface for putting your Q&As. Your questions, and others, you can upvote other people's questions, and at the end, I'll go through the top voted questions. I also have one active poll running. I had many other prepared, but I chose what I thought was the most interesting one, because on the free version, we could only use one. So again, tinyurl.com/CHIL2025. And so I thought we could get us started off with a broad question about some of the inherent trade-offs in the field of translational science and medicine. And there are many that we can talk about. For example, the trade-offs between the speed of AI methods development and the long process of regulatory approval and also medical system approval for these innovations. So that's one. We could also have a trade-offs between novelty and impact. So are we choosing methods that are very interesting to researchers, very novel, but perhaps not as impactful to patients and clinicians? Or another trade-off is between traditional AI evaluation metrics, accuracy, AUROC, et cetera, and some more usability-based metrics. And so those are some things we can talk about, but feel free to bring up other trade-offs as well. And let's start with Nikham.
Okay, so I just got back from Europe. So this is like midnight or 1 a.m. for me. So if I say something incoherent, I will blame that on jet lag. I'll take the one about novelty and impact. So the way I think of it, think of a grid or 2x2 table, where on one side you have novelty, low, high, and you have impact, low, high. So nobody wants to be in the low novelty, low impact. Like we can sort of rule out that quadrant. That might be a quadrant where a lot of startups play. And then everybody wants to be in the high impact, high novelty. So let's say high impact, high novelty, so we end up in the upper right from your side. But how do we get there? That's how I think about it. Depending on where you are coming from, you can choose to be high novelty in the methods and low impact, and that's okay. Or you can be low on novelty and high on impact, and that's okay too. And I'll give you two examples. On the low on novelty, high on impact, one of the things I'm most proud of deploying at Stanford is a random forest that has never been published on that predicts 9 to 12 month mortality for patients to get prioritized for advanced care planning. And about 7,000 humans have gotten advanced care planning because of that unpublished, non-novel random forest classifier. So very low novelty, high impact. And then you can go for low impact, low impact, high novelty, such as MedAlign, which was mentioned in the year in review, and its progeny, MedHelm, which is about evaluating things in routine setups in healthcare. So that's just a way I suggest to think about this. Instead of trying to go directly to high impact and high novelty and say, if I don't check off both, I'm somehow a lesser human. Pick one of the quadrants. From computer science standpoint, it's relatively easier to be in the high novelty, low impact quadrant. For medical people, it's relatively easy to be in the low novelty, high impact quadrant. And then once you've made your mark, find the collaborators in the cross diagonal so that you can together get to the upper right.
Okay, I'll just like echo that point a little bit, and then I guess I'll pick a different one. Yeah, so I think maybe for the students in the room, this might be also kind of a question on your mind, like, do I work on novelty versus impact? And like that was one of the questions posed to me by one of my students. And I guess for the project that we were working on, she was like, well, I'm worried that it's low novelty, so we won't be able to publish anything. But we were trying to deploy a clinical AI system at San Francisco General Hospital, and it might not necessarily be very novel, but my message to her was that there are not actually that many papers that really make truly an impact. So the fact you can make a big impact is publishable already, but also along the way, you will find so many interesting problems probably that are also worth publishing. So I don't think it's a bit hard to anticipate which problem you're going to kind of come across that is technologically very interesting, but as you work through the problem, it will pop up. And that's basically what has happened in this project that we're working on. Okay, so that's novelty and impact. I know this like tension thing is kind of supposed to be like a hot take kind of thing. So like for speed versus rigor, usually as I'm like a methodologist as well as doing some stuff in clinical AI deployment. Usually I would say rigor is like higher on my priority list. But given the speed that LLMs are kind of moving at and the speed of AI, I might actually tend towards we should emphasize speed a bit more. I think AI, like application development is moving at a very fast pace. However, I think everyone needs to keep up with them. So on the regulation side, how do we develop regulations as quickly as possible to keep pace with kind of the advancements that are happening in AI, or in terms of like validation, like how do we develop the methodologies to properly validate these types of technologies. Yeah, and like once we have these AI algorithms in deployment, how do we develop methods for monitoring them? Like all of those things need to be accelerated as much as possible. Or at least that's my hope.
Hey, I love it. So we're thinking about translation in this panel discussion, and so I'll say that everything I'm going to say in the next minute or so is framed in the context of translation. What I mean by that is how do you get from the idea at whatever stage of development it's in to a thing that is helping, and we're talking about healthcare, right? So we're talking about helping people in a healthcare context where they are, when they need help, in a way that they can get to it. That journey is what I think about as translation. So with that framing, so the real answer to speed versus rigor, novelty versus impact, accuracy versus usability, the real answer is that you need some of both, and it's the creative friction between them in an ongoing way. This isn't a one and done answer. So that's the real answer. But to be a little less flip about it, in thinking about it from a very practical mindset, so I'm kind of putting on my clinician hat for a second. Speed versus rigor, what's your hurry? You know, like if it's an emergency situation, act quickly. But one of my clinical mentors said that one of his clinical mentors taught him, don't just do something, stand there, right? Because if you don't have enough information to intervene on the patient's behalf, when we're talking about clinical medicine here, you're standing at the bedside, maybe the best thing to do is just keep your eyes open and gather more data. So that might be true here too. So one question I think that we have to grapple with is what's our hurry? The technology is advancing very quickly. Does that mean we have to deploy it that quickly? I'm not sure it does. Something to think about. And I'm being just a little bit provocative. In terms of novelty versus impact, if it's helping people that you're talking about, there's no patient that I ever saw in my clinic that gave a crap about how novel something was, right? That didn't matter to them at all. What they cared about is, does it help me? That's impact. I think impact is a very slippery term, and I'm very suspicious of it. As defined how, right? Like, if we're talking about death and disability, that's very impactful in an N of one or an N of a few kind of setting. So I think we need to be a little bit, we need to hold our own feet to the fire a little bit when we talk about those things. But if you made me pick novelty versus impact, I'd say err on the side of impact, because that's what's going to help people. They don't care how novel it is. And then in terms of accuracy versus usability, I think we really need to think about the usability piece. There are a whole bunch of really exciting, really novel, potentially really impactful AI-empowered solutions out there that we're never going to know whether they're impactful or not, because nobody can use the things. We were talking earlier that being disruptive is seen as a virtue in some circles. You know who hates to be disrupted? Clinicians. Doctors, nurses, people, the clinic staff trying to make everything go. And you know who really hates those disruptions even more? The patients that they're trying to serve. So if your healthcare provider is late for your next appointment and they walk in and say, sorry, there was disruption going on, you aren't going to say, oh, sweet, that's great, like I love a disruption, you know. So I would err on the side of, or I would lean towards usability in that context.
I'd like to build a little on that idea with an analogy. You have just been caught sneaking into a witch's garden to steal some of her greens, and she says, I'm going to put a curse on you. Your wife either will be beautiful when she's at home, but be terribly ugly when she's seen with you outside in the community. Or she will be beautiful when she's out with you in the community, but she will be ugly at home. Which one of these curses do you want? What's the right answer? Ask your wife. Like the people we're talking about here are the patients. So if you want to, you're going to ask a question about which one of these things am I going to do this trade-off, like the patients need to be part of that process and recognizing then it's not one answer for all patients. There are different communities of patients. If you're a rare disease patient, you may be more interested in novelty than other ones are. And so I think it's important to let them be part of that decision process as well.
So this is a great conversation shaping up. We kind of want absolute answers for these kind of trade-offs, impact, novelty, speed, and rigor, or usability and accuracy. And we kind of pretend that medicine is one thing. There's 184 professional medical societies in the United States. That's how many different species of doctors you can get. And they don't always like each other. They don't always agree. The primary care people's guidelines on how to care for peripheral artery disease are different and contradictory to the cardiologist's guidelines on how to care for peripheral artery disease. And it happens over and over and over again. And that's just the healthcare side of the medical side of it. At the minimum, people in this room would be touching what I would consider 3 broad buckets, where you're trying to advance using data and algorithms, the science of medicine. These are people who care about disease causation. You work with proteins, DNA sequences, gene expression data, variables, whatnot. You're trying to understand how disease happens. Then there's the practice of medicine, the kind of decision support that Pete was talking about, the kind of decision support you have to do, decision making you have to do when a patient is in front of you. And at that point, you don't want to be disrupted. You don't want the MRI machine software to update while you're in the scanner with a 3 Tesla magnet spinning around you. And then there's the business of medicine known as healthcare, which is about delivering services to millions of people in a cost-effective manner. And these trade-offs, speed versus rigor, novelty versus impact, they will be different depending on where you are. In fact, the most complex is the clinical space, because you have 184 species of clinicians who disagree with each other, and they think they know best. And here's the kicker, they don't understand healthcare. And it's the healthcare people who write the checks.
Who are the natural enemies amongst those different specialties? Who are the natural enemies amongst those specialties?
So the interfaces are the great sort of war zones. Cardiac ultrasound, who owns it? Is it radiology or cardiology? When you do intervention radiology, and they can embolize something that an oncologist can also do. So when you get into these transition zones, especially when ontologically it's not clean who owns what, that's where you get into trouble. Stanford historically has a division of bone marrow and transplant and hematology. Like, why? Bone marrow and transplant is part of hematology. But somebody somewhere must have gone into an argument.
I'd just like to go on record with 2 things. 1, pulmonary critical care loves everyone. And 2, your curse is a non-existent thing. My wife is beautiful no matter what.
No, pulmonary,
I needed that on the record.
No, pulmonary and critical care and ED, often at odds.
Maybe for the model performance versus usability tension, I'll just give an illustration of why usability is so important. So we built this readmission risk prediction tool for ZSFG. And we're like, cool, we're going to deploy this thing, we're going to test it, we're going to run a whole clinical trial for this thing. And we run it, and the clinicians are like, where is the tab again? Like, what? Oh, okay, it's there, but like, how do I use this thing? And then after After some time, we're like, okay, clearly the clinicians are not picking this up. Even though we had trained them, they had totally agreed with the tool, they helped design the tool, still no endorsement of the tool. And then our medical resident, went through and interviewed something like 20 different people across the institution and realized the pharmacists were really excited about the tool. There's only 12 of them. You can train them all, and they manage all the heart failure patients that we were very worried about in terms of readmission risk. So that totally changed how we were going to design the tool, and hopefully usability will go up soon after we integrate all the requested changes. But that's just an example of how model performance meant nothing compared to usability in that case.
During Peter's talk, one of the things that we heard was about mycin. And I got curious in that talk, it was a very famous case, I'd known about it, and I wanted to see what were the reasons that it wasn't adopted more than it was, and pulled a list up that I was sharing with Josh, which I thought was very good. And some of it was an interface problem. Like at the time, they didn't have EHR tools or something that would be in the room with them when they were making the decision, that they weren't in front of a computer in the way that they are now. It was also, there were a variety of other problems that contributed to that translation problem. But I think, and just like the talk earlier too, about how part of the reason that we've gotten to where we've gotten with the models is the 7x improvement, 7 orders of magnitude improvement in the compute power that we have. And sometimes you don't even know the things that in the way of you being able to get the thing adopted that you want to have adopted. And sometimes it's human, sometimes it's organizational, sometimes it's psychological, sometimes it is technological. And so from the translation problem, I think it's sometimes hard to understand all of those different disciplines and understanding why is my thing not working. And the advantage, I think, then of teams that are multidisciplinary and each coming with their own perspective on the problem to help understand, oh, well, listen, as someone who is a practicing clinician, oh, as someone who's running IT for the hospital, as someone who's an administrator in the hospital, all may have insights into the things that are preventing something from really catching on.
Yeah, one more thing I'll add is on the accuracy, usability. I think usability is one of those words that could mean many things. I urge you to think about actionability. And I would go as far as to say that model performance is kind of irrelevant. And I can prove that to you with a thought experiment. How many of you have done a Google search in the past 24 hours? What do you feel intuitively is the positive predictive value of a Google search? Just throw out a number. 90? 75? It's provably 0. So look up the formula for positive predictive value, which is the true result divided by the total number of positive results. When you do a search, you get 100,000 results. 1 or 2 of them are relevant. 2 divided by 100,000 is provably 0 at 2 digits of rounding. But you can have a multi-billion-dollar revenue company with a PPV of 0. How's that? That's about work capacity. Most people's cognitive capacity is first 3 links. Nobody goes beyond the first page. So search results typically are optimized for PPV at K. So now if you're doing readmissions, why do you want overall PPV to be high? What matters is PPV at 12 if you have 12 pharmacists, or they're able to take 12 actions. If it's 50 actions, you care about PPV at 50. So I don't even worry about usability or performance, just worry about actionability.
All right, so let's shift gears a little bit now. And I want to ask a question that I think this panel will bring a diverse perspective on with someone currently at the NIH, formerly at the NIH, early-ish career researcher, and very established researcher. So one of the big elephants in the room is that we are living under very turbulent times in terms of research, infrastructure, and funding. And for all this talk about AI robustness, we're learning that our system is not robust. So how do we move translational research forward in the current climate, and how can we make it resilient and future-proof against these sorts of political attacks?
I'll go first. I think we have lived in a world for a long time where we have benefited from having someone who was the prime mover in terms of foundational scientific research in a way that both cast a shadow that prevented other sort of ways from working and also and allowed some people to just sort of free ride on it. Like I think industry got a lot of free ride out of what the NIH has done. And I think as a society, you could build a model that says like, listen, if we sort of do the foundational research in this very open and free way and everybody can use that and people build big pharma businesses out of that, like it produces a society that then is more healthy and produces more taxes and that flows back into the NIH. But I think if you look at the reality of what we've created, right, we have a system in the US that, and I think maybe the Wellcome report on this recently, and it's terrible still, right? Like despite all our efforts, the fact is we're way overpaying for healthcare in the US. We have terrible outcomes on the whole thing. So I think the model isn't working terribly well, that all the profit capture happens at a very small set of points. And I think we need to build a system where there's greater integration of sort of the major institute or major parts of society that are supposed to contribute to this, including industry, philanthropy, government, and academia. And hopefully we can get to a point in the ashes of sort of what's on fire right now, once things have cooled off a little bit, to build a way to be able to do research that's better integrated across all of these sectors. And I think it's been interesting, we've had a couple conversations here, like at some of the roundtables about building learning systems and like how do hospitals do a better job of trying to get the integration of research and practice together. And we've instituted a lot of artificial barriers in some cases between that. The All of Us Research Program, which I'm partly responsible for, decided that we wanted to return genomic results to our participants as part of our covenant with them. You come and bring your data to us, and if we find something in your genome that's actionable, we will share that back with you. And it was millions and millions and millions of dollars to make that happen, and a long fight with the FDA. And because people had built these barriers up to say like that we have to keep these separate, and that it was terribly wasteful, and it wasted a lot of time, and I feel like, and we need to kind of get past that. We need to have a better closing of that loop of I get consent, I get data, I get hypotheses, I get proof, I get ideas, biomarkers, safety and efficacy, drugs, practice, consent, and that goes round and round and round.
Yeah, so I'm the former NIHer up here, so I'm I'm a little unconstrained. I agree with some of what you said, and I disagree with some of it. I think that in terms of thinking about a future-proofed or a more resilient and robust translational science ecosystem that we all live and work in and benefit from, I think your shadow, casting a shadow, I think is right in some ways. What we're learning, whether we want to or not, is that for a lot of critical components of the system as it currently exists, NIH funding was and is a single point of failure. And that's not good for any system. And we're learning all the ways in which it's not good because it is failing us, and not through any fault of the NIH, through the actions of the current administration. I'll say, I don't think it should be like this, right? I think that ideally there is a robust, publicly funded scientific and public health enterprise that allows you to do things like de-risk the earliest stages of discovery. Because I tell you, venture capital has no interest in high-risk stuff, right? I was literally at a conference a month ago. We had a panel of VC folks, and they said, if you're doing high-risk stuff, don't even call us. Write an R01. That's great if the R01 mechanism exists. It's under threat, right? Universities, a key component of that ecosystem, are under threat, are under direct attack, and that's not good. So okay, fine. We all know that things are on fire, and what do you do? And let's get practical about it. So I think diversifying how you support your own research program, and the research programs, if you're in institution leadership, the research programs of the people that comprise your faculty, and think broadly, right? I've heard many institutions turn to the same couple of solutions, right? Philanthropy, increased clinical effort. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Foundations maybe get mentioned. Those are important pieces of a diversified funding approach. It's not enough. You're going to have to think even more creatively than that. The moment demands incredible creativity on the part of leadership and the willingness to try some of those things out. And if we can't get beyond our, I was in a meeting recently and people were talking about early career folks and how early career scientists are at particular risk. I think that's true. And that's a major thing that we need to pay attention to right now. Because if you make a decision early on to go in a different direction, that's your life course as you're going. And we've never been good at getting people back, providing an on-ramp for people to come back to academic research, for example. So I heard people talking about, well, Ks and Rs, and I said, no, you have outsourced your career development thinking in large part to the NIH. The NIH is an unreliable partner right now, not through any fault of their own, but they are. So, rethink the whole thing and do it quick. So I think those are really important parts of a resilient and robust approach. And then I think you're exactly right that we're at a moment of opportunity where we don't have to, maybe can't, and maybe shouldn't rebuild exactly what we had. We can probably do better. And I'm not even going to use the phrase. I was thinking of the phrase, never let a good crisis go to waste. I kind of hate that phrase because it feels icky. But don't ignore the opportunities that you have, and you maybe only have them because of a really undesirable current situation. So there's some plasticity now that we didn't have before. And I think that let's be thinking about, in addition to surviving the current moment, what does the long game look like? What could it look like? And if we have time, we can talk more about what that could be, but I've said at least enough already.
Okay, I think I'm gonna echo some stuff that you guys have mentioned already. I think the key thing from my mind as a, early-ish career faculty at UCSF is more like, okay, how do we diversify funding sources for a research program? And also thinking about the different angles in which people might be interested. Maybe that, DEI initiatives are not super popular right now, but maybe there are other ways to motivate why you would do that type of research. Maybe it's not just we're not just interested in fairness, but also subgroups. And subgroups and heterogeneity is such a maybe general topic that it's not, the methods fundamentally are very similar, but the applications can also kind of expand beyond what the original intention was. And then also I think there might be an opportunity to also think about how we can collaborate more when we do research. A lot of research, at least in academia, happens in silos. But if we work more together, maybe that will build up kind of power kind of to the masses kind of thing. So hopefully that is another way to kind of attract funding sources.
I just want to add to that a little bit, because I think, and responsive to what Josh is saying, it's one thing to say hey, you got to go be creative, and kind of well, how? If there's just less money going around, how am I going to do this? And I think that's an important one. The idea that the way a lot of people did stuff is I want my own data set. I'm going to go out and build, I'm going to collect data and do my own thing. And to be you can't. You're just not going to be able to afford to do that anymore. You've got to find a way to work and pool with other people to go hey, let's all collect a data set we can all use together. Let's work in a common environment. Let's find other ways that we can share resources. And it's a superpower, honestly, of the science space that most other spaces don't have. There's a long tradition of open science and of sharing, and we're going to lean in on that.
I totally agree with that. I just told a group of folks the other day that if you're at a university and you're in a medical center and you're not bringing in your colleagues from a school of business that's at your university and a school of law that's at your university, you are leaving creativity and know-how on the table, and you may be leaving money on the table too. Did anybody in this room know that the World Trade Organization will fund research? I didn't know that until I talked to the chair of a Department of Nutrition Sciences. No one I had ever talked to before. That's a funding source. And all it took was that conversation. So your universities are filled with really smart, creative people. They aren't all in the medical center. They aren't all in the College of Arts and Sciences. Get them all in a room, because you're exactly right. You got to get over yourself. Whatever your hangups have been, whatever your silos have been, the time to get over it is like now.
So I have two levels of comments, one as an individual and then a macro one. But before I go to either of those, what Jean was saying about you can be creative in the word choice, that's what gave us support vector machines. In the second AI winter, AI was a bad thing, and so people wanted to have different phrasing, and that's how machine learning and support vector machines came around. And so, maybe subgroups and heterogeneity will take over. So the two comments, as an individual, in 2018, I decided, at least for myself, that the current course on which academic medicine was unsustainable. And to most people that are close to me, I've said, I wouldn't take my own assistant professor job today. And that is because at the macro level, our academic institutions have become addicted to government funding. And that was not the case in the 60s. This is a relatively recent phenomenon, 70s onwards, when the routine doubling of NIH budget became the expectation, and medical schools essentially became like mall operators, where you rent your yogurt shop and then you grow revenue and then you can become Neiman Marcus. And we have faculty like that who have 100 people in their labs. And people started grading themselves on how much revenue you brought in, as opposed to how much humans' lives you improved. Med schools are the only places where teaching is a hobby. You don't get paid for teaching in a med school. So think about it. Like, what else would an educational establishment do? And so there are some systemic things that we have to fight against. Patient care, if you're a clinician, yes, that produces revenue. And you can negotiate how much of that will cover your research time. 20% is an easy sell. You could even go up to 40%. Teaching. Don't do teaching for free. It takes time. And if you want to do a good job, you should get salary support for it, because the school is collecting income on tuition dollars. Grants beyond NIH, you can think at multiple sources. And so now I'll move to the personal level. So these are macro things, and we can discuss them further. But at the personal level, the macro things are going to take decades to change, right? I mean, you got to get appointed now and get promoted in 5 to 7 years. So what do you do? Think of source and use of funds. It's the most powerful tool that I've come across. Historically, we're led to believe that the only source of funds is an R01 or an NSF grant. Not true. Since 2018, my research team has been funded on a mix of grants, and even the grants are federal and non-federal foundation. There's industry contracts, there's operational funding from the hospital, and endowments and gifts. You need all 4 to 5 sources. If you are familiar with investment theory, Ray Dalio has this notion of risk parity. You need risk parity in your source of funds. And you have to start on day one. And then in the use of funds, really ask, do you really need your own data set? Do you really need your own hardware? Never waste a crisis. That is actually a good thing. It forces conversations and collaborations that otherwise, as creatures of habit, we would not do. Like on our campus, I won't name the people who made this decision, but everybody needs to get their own copy of a research data set. And everybody pays up to $50,000 per year to get the exact same copy. Why? Like 5 or 6 faculty can band together and say, look, we're all paying 20 grand each, that's $120,000, which is for copy pasting the same data set 6 times. What gives? Do we really need to have that kind of waste in the system? So it is, yes, it feels crazy, the world is burning, but if you're just appointed, you're protected for 1,000 days at the minimum. Use those 1,000 days creatively to design a way of life such that you're not dependent on the conventional wisdom of, oh, write 3 NIH grants every cycle and try to get them. Like, no. I only wrote 4 NIH grants in my entire career. I do not submit at every cycle. I never wrote a K award because I thought it was a waste of time. In fact, I think K awards are a growth retardant that hold you back. You should never write a K award. And we can unpack that either.
You know that in your group projects, there was always that one dude who was kind of a really good schmoozer but didn't seem to do much of the rest of the work. You're just trying to reevaluate the value of people like that. Like it's sometimes having people on your team that are really good at outreach and they're outgoing and they can connect with other people, like that's going to become more important.
Right, so do we have until 3:40 or 3:50? I want to give time for audience Q&A. So there are many fantastic questions, so maybe we'll do a lightning round and just cut me off when we need to end. The highest voted one, which I think is very important, is what strategies can help community and local hospitals who are perhaps not as well resourced as UCSF Health, Stanford Healthcare, et cetera, responsibly leverage AI with minimal funding and resources?
I'll take this one. For whoever submitted that question and whoever else is voting because they are representing that type of organization, I'd love to chat. So we just held a safety net hospital AI kind of symposium at San Francisco General where we brought in multiple other hospitals of that category. And we definitely chatted about like how do we get AI into these hospitals given that AI companies are also charging a lot of money just to integrate their systems, and they're not making it cheaper just because you're a community-based organization. And so we're brainstorming strategies, and we're happy to kind of discuss with others who are also tackling this question. But I don't think there's an easy answer. Yeah.
So I would look at the way medicine is practiced. A rural hospital often does not have a trauma surgeon, might not have a neurosurgeon, might not have a hepatologist. But we've figured out ways to bring those clinical services to these hospitals. Why can we not do that for IT? Today we don't. Today there's no academic medical center that will raise their hand and say, we will take responsibility for this XYZ rural hospital. But what's preventing UCSF from taking responsibility for San Francisco General and its IT and AI work? And so just the way we've solved access to medical specialties, we can solve for access to IT specialty. Now, it'll require different kinds of agreements and arrangements. And it'll also require hospitals to collectively band together and say, we're not all going to spend $100,000 or $500,000 for an install fee for the same piece of software 6,000 times. Because that's going to increase the cost of healthcare. And last we checked, we want to reduce the cost. So again, creative solutions will become necessary in group purchasing, collaboration across specialization. One hospital builds the ability to manage classifiers and predictors, and the other one takes on the job of evaluating language models, so you're not duplicating effort.
There may be an opportunity too around the efforts that are going on to create greater interoperability across hospitals for the sharing of electronic health records. So things like TEFCA and others. That OCHIN as an organization, for example, I think is sometimes setting technical experts out on site to help some of them. And so maybe if you're in the hospital, if you see something like that going on, to talk to those people and say like, hey, could we get a broader assist on this to help bring some of these technologies into our practice?
And the last thing I'll say is authentic partnership. I grew up in rural Illinois, and if somebody had come to the community hospital to talk about AI, if the folks didn't know who that person was, if that was the first conversation they were having, that'd be the last conversation they had. I don't know you, I don't trust you, why should I, right? So this is where I think the excitement of a learning health system comes from, is that a learning health system doesn't have to just exist in one university hospital, right? Or in one, sort of urban setting or whatever. Like a health system can be very expansive, ideally will be. And there's unique things that you can only learn in authentic partnership with community hospitals and the patients that they serve. In terms of a negotiating lever, what AI needs is data, right? And so the people that are in community health settings dealing with the problems that you deal with in a community health setting, they know, they have the data on how to solve community health problems. And so, but you're gonna have to go there and you're gonna have to be a real partner and really integrate. And so I think that's a critical piece of it. You know, I've challenged a couple of folks lately to think about what would it look like to build a statewide learning health system. And more than one state is ready to think about it for real. And I think there are a few places that are uniquely positioned to be first movers in that. But I think that's part of how you get the community in the rural settings integrated into participants as a learning health system that centrally or integrally involves AI. And I think that's a desirable end state.
I'm going to ask a slightly provocative question here. How many people in the audience can text a health IT person and get a response in 5 minutes? Raise your hand high. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, I don't count. It's about 6 people. Okay, there's about 80 or 100 people in the audience. 5 to 8% of you know a health IT person closely enough to get a response in 5 minutes. Now, if your intent is to deploy things in health IT, that number needs to be much higher. At least 60%, maybe 80%. And the current crisis is a great way to start making those bridges.
All right, so we're gonna open it up soon to questions from the audience, but just one more. We had so many good questions on Slido, so thank you. This one got the most votes. So when do you think would be the ChatGPT moment of healthcare, and how do we get there?
So I'm gonna answer a little bit facetiously here. At Stanford, we've already had our ChatGPT moment. We call it Chat EHR. And once we released it, we have so much inbound in terms of people wanting to use it. Not like within our institution, it's crazy, but even from outside our institution, we have about 50 groups that want to adopt and use this capability. To my team, I say we've found both the product market fit and killer app at the same time, and we're struggling to scale fast enough.
I'll give a quick, because he was brought up earlier too, Atul told me the story like when he had his cancer diagnosis and was going through treatment that he was using ChatGPT. And he talked about, he's like, I'm at UCSF, like I'm at like one of the best places in the country to go through this. And ChatGPT is coming back with stuff that they didn't see or notice or find or think about. That was, at least for me, that was that ChatGPT moment that I'm like, oh wow, maybe I need to go think about how close we are to that point where it crosses over to being something that you would be foolish not to use as part of your health journey.
The translation that needs to happen is between people who need healthcare and people who are helping to provide it. So I don't know when it'll happen, but it'll be when I can talk to a digital health partner, and it can help me communicate important information to my primary care doctor or my specialty care doctors, and then communicate their information back to me at the time when I need it in a way that I can understand it. And when it happens for not just me, but my mom and my nephews and my, people with varying backgrounds, varying levels of health literacy and numeracy, speaking various languages in various contexts. So I don't know when that's going to happen, but that's how I think I'll recognize it.
I think Roxana is building something for that.
Yeah, I guess I also feel like ChatGPT moment kind of happened, but it's like mostly among the patients. So my hope is that like, given all this, like patients are using ChatGPT all the time to kind of understand what's going on and also maybe get a second opinion. So my hope is that that brings pressure to the hospitals to also adapt and kind of respond.
Okay, so we're gonna need to borrow one of the mics for live Q&A. If I didn't get to one of your questions on Slido, please raise your hand.
please raise your hand and I'll bring the mic to you. And Peter, feel free to maybe raise the next question on Slido while we...
Sure. So the next highest voted question, and I haven't filtered this, is how can we make understanding the environment and workflow for AI deployment a standard part of the research process rather than an afterthought? That's a good question.
You don't get to start your research project until you spend some time in the environment where it's likely or intended to be deployed. So no fingers on keyboards until you've taken your butt to clinic or to the hospital or to the skilled nursing facility or wherever, so that you've actually immersed in the environment where you think your solution is going to live and be helpful.
Thank you. This is more a comment than a question, but an answer to Chris's question about what happened to Myson is partly was a very clever program that worked a very small problem. And it was also a problem that individual doctors didn't fully buy into. So essentially it was trying to reduce the use of broad spectrum antibiotics by identifying narrow spectrum antibiotics that could do the job. And doctors' response was, well, should I put my patient at some risk that I got it wrong when it's the tragedy of the commons. The problem with using the broad spectrum antibiotics doesn't affect this patient, it affects the entire community. So that was part of it. In addition to there being no good interface, and it only dealt with bacteremia and, There were a lot of problems like that. The last comment, I should just mention that in our HST program between MIT and Harvard, part of what you get by being in that program is an exposure to the clinical environment. So we do something like a clerkship for each of the engineering students, and they also study part of the medical curriculum with Harvard Medical School students. And so they live in that environment, and I think that is a very special thing about that program. And I know that there are a few other places that have tried to replicate, including here between UCSF and Berkeley, some of that capability, but I think that's really essential to the future development of good scholars who understand the environment for which they're producing the scholarship.
I'm betting there's also probably cases where the doctor would go through mice and it would give it an answer and go, do we stock that one? No, we don't stock that one. And so it's one of those cases, again, of like all of the different factors of the things that have to come together to make the solution actually work. If you're missing one of them, it doesn't work.
Yeah.
Also, I want to comment quickly, too, that I worked at a company that part of the process of being onboarded at the company is they would make you spend a week working in the support center, so that you actually heard directly from the customers as a starting point, so that you had buried in your mind, like, this is what we're here to do, is ultimately to serve these people. And by hearing what they're complaining about or what they're struggling with, just puts you in the right framing of then the work that you're doing.
Hello? Yeah. This was just following on from something that Dr. Fessel said about the getting people who are developing these solutions into clinic, which I think is a really good idea, but I'm not aware of an easy way for people to do that. I think I would love to support people who are, working on these kind of things by showing them around, showing them what I do, that kind of thing. Should we be pushing for like a more formalized system where there's a more distinguished route by people that makes it easier for people to achieve that? I mean, are you aware of any programs like that? Because I'm not in Cambridge, and I would love for that to be the case.
I hear there's a good one at Harvard and MIT. Yeah, I mean, I think I think formalizing it is a great way to, what I like about that is that it provides a way for the scholar, for the scientist who is going to partner with clinicians in a working clinical environment to be able to say, hey, I'm not going to actually be in the lab or at the keyboard for, you know, this amount of time because I have to go, and we would call it protected time, right? And I think it could look all sorts of ways. You know, I think if you're a director of graduate studies and you say, hey, you're expected to spend a month, you know, if you're a director of graduate studies for, you know, a program that might be represented and sponsoring this conference. And, you know, and you said, okay, you are expected to go spend, you know, X amount of time with, you know, and then you find the clinicians that are ready to partner with you. I loved having people round with me in the ICU. I loved having people hang out with me in clinic. And it was a pretty low bar. You know, particularly in an academic medical center, if it's part of the culture that you're there to learn this stuff. I think it gets a little more interesting in terms of the logistics if you start talking about outlying community healthcare settings, but it's totally doable, I think. Now, are the rails and barriers the same in the US versus the UK versus, probably not, I don't know. But I think it starts just by having people that think, you know, from multiple angles that think it's an important thing to do, get together and start trying it out.
I think also, like, if hospitals really want to become leaders in healthcare AI, and they don't want just like vendors to give them all the AI solutions, but they want kind of inbuilt solutions as well, I think it requires having an AI team working alongside clinicians and them communicating very closely. So my vision, hopefully one day that will happen. I do not know if it will, but I think it will require immense collaboration.
Okay, we have time for one more question. Please raise your hand, I'll come to you.
Great session. I mean, just curious to know if you have any suggestions for young students like myself. I'm a first-year PhD student who's working at the intersection of engineering and human health. Like how we should incorporate these value and prioritize impact and make technology accessible when we become professors or, you know, join industry in the near future.
So first-year PhD is a great spot to be because the storm will blow over by the time you're going to graduate. One way or the other, you're going to be okay. I would say PhD and research is one of those things where it's a very personal choice. Pick a question and a research area that you're excited to work on every single day. Don't ask your advisor to give you a thesis project. A thesis is your contribution to the field. It is a statement that you discover by doing the work that you do. And the dissertation is just a written document in support defending that thesis. So pursue discovery that you are genuinely excited about, and then the rest will fall in place. It sounds kind of coy, but if it's not something you truly, truly believe in, you'll be miserable throughout your PhD.
I think the other thing is to pursue projects where you'll develop technical skills that will be useful for a lifetime. There's a lot of shiny objects out there right now that you could kind of try to work on, but really develop some foundational skills that you know that someone will hire you to use and stuff like that.
I'm going to add a challenge that is not easy, but we're still kind of in the horseless carriage moment of AI right now. Like we keep using it to take the existing framework and structure we have and take something we define and go, how do I do this with AI? And the reality is if you really use AI, that's not the problem you're going to solve. It's going to cross over between those different disciplines. So if you can get far enough out there and really think about this enough to be like, don't solve an existing problem with just a new set of tools. Solve a whole new problem that hasn't been solved or even really framed before.
Yeah, I think I think this is all great advice. You know, the truth is that what I spent the last 7 years working on was barely tangentially related to what I worked on as a faculty member, which was barely tangentially related to what I worked on as a student and a fellow. That's good. That's normal, right? So you're exactly right. You're developing a skill set and you are picking things that you're passionate about, but your passions are going to change over time. Good. They're supposed to, right? Because you are changing and the environment's changing. So be ready to adapt. Be a professional learner and doer, right? So I'm between jobs right now. And one of the things that I'm looking for is a job where I'm going to add to the skills that I already have. If I just use the skills that I already possess, I whiffed on an opportunity, right? Because I want to be better than I am today, 5 years from now, or whenever it is that I do the next thing. My personal cycle seems to be about 7 years. I don't know why that is. That's just kind of how I am. But set yourself up to be okay with that being the way that you go. The training that you're getting is applicable very widely, and there isn't a right or wrong way. So hold on to that. Particularly as you go through, you know, the stage gates of graduate training and, you know, whatever course you start out on, because you may find out, I mean, this happened to me. I got to a stage where I was like, oh crap, I have the job that I've been working, you know, I went to medical school, I went to graduate school, I did residency, I did fellowship. I've got the job that I've been working however many years that was. I don't think I want it anymore. And then I found a new one and I loved it. And now I'm going to find a new one, and I'm going to love it too. So that's my advice to you.
I want to add one more thing, Josh, that you've raised, and it's a challenge to you as well. I have my older son is studying to be an architect right now, and I pointed out to him that all of the skills that he learns in specific CAD programs and things are going to be useless in 5 years. The thing that he's there to study and learn is humans' relationship to their built environment, to understand fundamentally how we relate to that. And I encourage you to also take that sort of big picture view. I'm not here to learn these very narrow things. I'm here to understand how we think about human health and how we manage our own human health collectively and how we build that relationship and what are the ways that we can do that.
I want to add two things, and one of which I think I forgot which one of you alluded to. There's a professor on our campus, Erik Brynjolfsson, who coined this phrase, Turing trap. Turing trap is the opposite of the Turing test, which I'm sure everybody knows about. And in Turing trap, we imagine using AI to do things we already know how to do. Think outside the Turing trap. What would we do now that you have these amazing technologies at your disposal? So that's, I mean, just building on the point that's already made. The second thing I want to share is, don't be in a rush. I mean, right now, those of you who are students, probably the first generation that will routinely live to be above 100 years old, maybe 120. What's the rush? Slow down. Enjoy the nice weather if you're in California. Go for a walk and try to pick problems that have a longer shelf life than the next model update. I think there's this mentality that because a technology company releases a new model and has a press release, everybody has to pivot and change their research. Like if every time OpenAI drops something, you have to change your research, I think you're on the wrong path.
With that, let's give our panelists a round of applause.
Do something new this year. This is an idea that I had, and if it goes terribly, you guys can all blame me. We wanted to do like a fireside chat, just like a casual conversation, and what I really would have liked was one of those like fake fires behind us. Like if we had the budget, like some conferences do, where they have a fancy.
Only if we're roasting marshmallows.
Oh, that'd be awesome. Yeah. But anyway, I have Andrea Downing here with me. She is the founder of the Light Collective, which is a patient advocacy group, and she helped co-author the Patient AI Rights Initiative, and has just, helped with working groups all over, and is a Stanford, e-patient scholar, and just has been doing amazing work. But the reason I contacted her is actually because I was at the STAT Summit. Sorry, I'm going to tell the story. You should know my shtick by now, which is that I have no,
We're going to have fun.
I
Like,
know.
this is like the only thing standing between everyone and traffic home. So we're just going to keep it light.
Just, would you rather be on the Bay Bridge for an hour, or would you be listen? If you tell me the Bay Bridge, I'm going to cry. But I asked her to come to the stage today because I was at the STAT Summit, the STAT News organization, and Reed Jobs, who is the founder of Yosemite Capital, you can also note that last name, yes, he is the son of the late Steve Jobs, made some claims about, I don't remember what he said, about patients not, being involved or not.
I actually think it was a really good comment. He was just wondering where the patients were.
Like, where are the patients in all this?
Yeah.
And she got up and she was like, I'll tell you where the patients are. And it was just amazing. She was very respectful, but very forceful and strong. And, he said, I stand corrected. So we were discussing, we don't have that many patients here at the academic conference. That was discussed at the ethics panel yesterday. And so we want to talk about the patient voice. So tell me about the Light Collective and what motivated its creation.
Yeah, so the Light Collective was founded in 2018, and I'm actually going to roll back a few years before that because I wasn't always a patient. I started my career in Silicon Valley back when Salesforce was a startup, and I'm totally dating myself for anybody who's old enough to know, this was the early days of genetic testing for BRCA1 and 2. I have a BRCA1 mutation, a switch mutation on place 181 of my BRCA1 gene, and I also like to say that I have a bug in my coat. And all of the work that I have done to build advocacy, to learn from the HIV movement, and learn from other communities was grounded in how to shape not only my own future, but the future of our community. And then as I did that, I started meeting other patient communities too, who were struggling with the same things, were fighting the same fights, and we were just like, okay, in this program at Stanford Medicine X, which was called the E-Patient Scholars Program, it actually doesn't exist anymore. And it actually breaks my heart that it doesn't, because it was the only place, when we think about the ivory tower, universities in medicine just, changing technology and innovation, this was the only place where we were providing training and support and mentorship for patient activists. And it was magical. It went from 2011, I think, to 2018. I ended up being on the organizing team there. Long story short, the founding of the Light Collective starts with me leaving Medicine X and becoming an accidental hacker. So I'll get into that, but the mission of the Light Collective, I think, is what we need to start with first. We are a patient-led organization on a mission to advance rights, interests, and voices of patient communities in health technology. And one of our guiding principles is no aggregation without representation.
Oh, that's very interesting. So I have a lot of, I will get to your hacker story because I promised I would ask that, but I already have a couple questions. If you don't mind sharing, what led you, early days of genetic testing, like what led you to get that? How hard was it? Did you have to advocate for yourself to get it? Did people even know kind of what to do because it was so early?
So back in the day, in the year of our Lord 2005, the company that had done my genetic testing, it was a company called Myriad Genetics. And I'm not sure if anybody's familiar with this story, but in those days, human genes were actually patented in biotech.
Oh, yes, and there was a big, yeah.
Right. Well, as it turns out, there was a case that went to the Supreme Court on whether human genes could be patented in 2013. This was the story of me starting to organize my own community and others around genetics. And the case was called AMP versus Myriad Genetics. For that case, 41% of the human genome had been patented by different biotech companies. After that case, and it was one of the few that went to the Supreme Court in 190, that opened up research in a new way, has defined the precedent of intellectual property in biotech. I was a spokesperson for one of the plaintiffs. There's a really great book about this case called The Genome Defense by George Contreras, and you open up that book, see me at the steps of the Supreme Court with my buddies, and that was a good story in how patient communities started to organize around their data. But there are I want to also be really clear that we are in this representation paradox, right? I'm the only patient speaker here today, and that's wonderful that we have that and it's new. But I've been in these rooms now for 10 years. And I kind of think this is funny, but we're talking about the All of Us research program. I was at the kickoff, only one of two patients at the kickoff of the Precision Medicine Initiative. At the kickoff of CHI, and I see the waves of technology washing over our community, and the hope and the harm as we do, we're still there to meet the next wave and welcome them. So welcome AI developers and researchers. I'm actually really glad to meet you and find ways we can learn from the past anew and actually implement or think about partnership in real and meaningful ways.
Yeah, I think also one thing I just wanted to point out, which I think you'll agree with me, this group of people, many of us either have been or will be or have loved ones that are patients. Even though we don't, quote, maybe identify as, sorry.
Yeah, no. I'm going to say to that, yes and no.
Okay.
So just like I really love the comment from Nigam Shah in the last discussion around there are many different species of scientists and they're all different competing interests.
Yeah.
And so I am up here and I could speak a lot about the BRCA community. There's a big difference between saying, I think we often lump patients into this group just like patients are kind of lumping AI and the hopes and fears into one big thing. And the real interesting conversations, innovation, and new ways to change healthcare are going to happen when we cross-pollinate. But I think it's really important to understand that there's a big difference between talking to somebody who's newly diagnosed with breast cancer or BRCA mutation versus somebody with a rare disease versus somebody who's going through and has survived a widowmaker heart attack and just had a device implanted in their heart, different cultures. So beyond that, there are different communities. So we exist in a very diverse ecosystem that lives in the wild. And I'm going to channel another quote I heard yesterday, which was, "The map you see is not the territory." We are in such early days of AI, and there has been so much that patients have really decided, okay, we're not going to the healthcare system because either A, we don't have access, or B, because we have lost trust. And they're over here doing things on their own, which is both a good and a bad thing. But we need to, first of all, find the communities, build capacity, and tech savvy for them to partner, and support them through roles in research that, I don't think have existed yet. So we're interested in establishing this role of patient researchers and the way we engage and partner in science anew.
Wow, I love that. Thank you. I still have more questions, but I don't want to miss out. So can you tell us your hacker story?
Okay, so the story goes I was left unsupervised. I guess this is like unsupervised learning in a different way. So up until 2018, so back, like fast forward from me being like the data poster child, wanting the good types of BRCA1 and 2 variant classification that can be life-saving for our community, collaborating with Global Alliance for Genomics and Health on the BRCA exchange, which in my opinion is one of the best open data sets for variant classification that exists out there, that is expert reviewed, well-cited in evidence, to it was March of 2018 and Cambridge Analytica happened. And I know, how many of you still use social media, by the way?
Guilty.
Okay. And don't feel guilty. Like, I think we all do. For patient communities, it's a really important way to organize networks. Thriving, informal networks that don't exist inside the walls of a clinic, but in the wild. That includes support groups of vulnerable people going through the trauma of a diagnosis. So I found myself like reading, as the geek and technical background that I have, all these blogs about how data got scraped from the user level API in Cambridge Analytica, and I was like, wait a second. There's a group API. I'm not interested in like one-to-one relationships. What is happening with the group level API? So, story goes, I didn't know I was hacking at the time. And that was my crash course in cybersecurity and, privacy law, interacting with federal agencies. I took my research to somebody who wrote a book called Hacking Healthcare. His name is Fred Trotter. Came back to me 3 days later and said, I need to speak to you, and everybody you've talked about with this, you can't talk to anyone. This is a dangerous zero-day vulnerability. And if exploited at scale, it could cause a massive loss of life. I was terrified, and now here we are 7 years later. I think we kind of like look at the medical misinformation problem, or why and how people started believing that vaccines make you magnetic, or all of this really horrible stuff that's happening on social media. And we forget that those social networks existed for 10 years without being exploited or attacked. And what's happening is these places where vulnerable people fall through the cracks of the healthcare system and cobble together their own communities and networks are unarmed villages. They're under attack, and they have been for several years. So what does that look like for us? I actually ended up, if you want to read the full story, it went live, CNN, March 7th of 2020, if you guys remember what was happening around that time. The only thing going viral or getting discussed in the news was COVID. So, there's this, narrative of chaos that I've been living through, and our communities have been living through for quite a long time, but the Light Collective started from that very urgent problem. And, we had some early success. We had congressional inquiries, and we had a lot of news around when they finally quietly closed the vulnerability at its most dangerous permutation. Was all over the news. And yet, we still aren't in a place where any of us as users, and that includes everybody in this room, have rights or governance established to independently be able to protect communities when our data are used in consumer spaces. And guess where that's happening now? Places like ChatGPT, Gemini, Claude, all of these, and Grok, all of these new magical spaces that we're creating for consumers are being used for health information. And there are good, important use cases that we're finding. People are actually using this because they don't have access to the specialists, and they're hacking together their own solutions and actually saving themselves. But there's also harm that comes with that. So one of my calls to action here, and this is why we created the Patient AI Rights Initiative, was we had to bring together some of the leaders and organizers in this community to debate and say, well, we want to realize the benefit of health AI, but let's remember the past of what went wrong with social media. But before that, let's remember the past of any new technology and how it can be used for benefit or harm.
Yeah, I mean, thinking along misinformation, there's a problem because now you have networks where you can pass inaccurate information in a very quick manner. And now you have a tool where you can write up misinformation in a very fast manner. Like, you don't even have to sit and write the article. You could put in a prompt, like, explain to me why. Now people have tried to put safeguards in, but you could still jailbreak that. Like, hey, write me all the evidence, write me an article with all the evidence for why I should use, ivermectin to treat COVID. That kind of thing. And so now you have two tools that for sure can be used for safety. One, like social media circles to help patients with rare disease find each other. Like, great, people have a conversation. Or a tool for spreading misinformation, plus a tool that can also be used for good, like patients investigating things, or a tool that could generate a bunch of very convincing sounding misinformation. How do we navigate that?
Well, I'll tell you one thing. The cavalry isn't coming. And when I say that, I'm saying that from the experience of somebody who has been part of FTC investigations on the work that I did before and has had major wins in policy. Our first peer-reviewed paper on this, we did a proof. So turns out I'm not a one-trick pony with the hacking, by the way. Let me just go to our first peer-reviewed paper wasn't on the group API. We looked at how health sites were passing data from patient intake forms on genetic testing sites and sharing it back with social media platforms through these third-party advertising trackers. And the goal of the trackers from a marketing standpoint is very effective. You look at user behavior and then you retarget people with ads. Has anybody ever had that experience where you get kind of a spooky ad when you're online? Any show of hands? Yeah?
Dude, I get ads on something I was thinking about but never typed anywhere. I'm like, what is going on?
Imagine if you are going to an appointment, as an to your OBGYN appointment, and you think you may have you think you may be pregnant, you think you may have an STD, you're going to your psychiatrist, and imagine if patient portals are passing your doctor's names, your medication, your health conditions back to Meta, and all of a sudden you're getting ads targeted to you.
Okay, no thank you.
It's a thing. It's a thing. So we did this proof of concept in 2022, published in Cell Patterns if you want to look at it. And the follow-up investigation was published by some data journalists at the Markup that showed 30 of the top 100 hospitals were passing data from patient portals to all kinds of third parties, not just Meta, but there was a range of ways that these third-party trackers were used. HHS basically shut that down. Long story short, Now we're in a new administration, and all the people who were enforcing the law are gone. So that is what I mean when I say the cavalry isn't coming. And I am in a place of almost like, after going through all of this, almost like a Zen moment of, you know,
Take me with you. To the Zen moment.
Well, I do see, I don't want to send us home in a place of like, oh my God, this is a scary story. Like, yes, it is. And we can, with this group, get ahead of these things now when we think about how we partner in health AI. But it is going to require, as some of the panel in the last discussion we're talking about, a very different way of thinking. And what I would encourage you to do is, first of all, think about the ways to partner with patient communities, the ways that your research can cause things that are going to totally change healthcare for us or cause us harm, and design. Who knows what red teaming is, by the way? Like,
we had a red team.
well, I was gonna do that. Like, okay, a few people. So red teaming is basically. Well, do you want to share, Roxanne, what it is?
No,
or,
no, you
like,
can go.
Anybody want to tell me what red teaming is?
The cybersecurity people love us for co-opting that term in AI.
Well, and it should be co-opted. Did my mic go off? Hello, can you hear me? Okay. It's not just co-opting. We need red teaming of large language models, which is why I loved your paper. And there's a couple of other people that are starting to do
I didn't pay her
this.
to say that.
No. So basically, if you are an attacker, when we think about, bad guys attacking a system to cause harm, we've seen a lot of attacks, cyber attacks over the last year, and they're getting worse. Change Healthcare breach was one of them. 23andMe was one of them. And as these happen, those lead to real harm, right? And we over in the patient communities are trying to assess the harm, study the harm, understand how it's impacting our lives. Red teaming is putting all of that in a lab and basically simulating a hack in order to make your systems safer. So if you would have told me that I would be sitting up here post-pandemic, a mutant hacker trying to protect our unarmed village in a cyber war, I wouldn't have believed anybody, but this is kind of where we are. And my call to you is come partner with these villages. Again, the map is not the territory in emerging spaces of health AI. We can find new ways to sustain labs, create new innovations. We also need you to understand how to build things that are secure by design, safe by design, and aligned with the outcomes and goals of patient communities.
I think that's beautifully said. I want to just pivot a bit, because this is what I struggle with. And I think Leo Selly said it best yesterday, where he was like, we're in a structure, in a capitalist system, a healthcare system, that doesn't really care that the patient is getting the best care. Yeah. And I can say this as a practicing physician, the amount of hours I've wasted, because I know my patient, I've been seeing them for months, and I'm arguing that they really need this medicine, like getting the prior authorization through the insurance company. And sometimes the patient, I'll just tell you the worst story of it that I've seen. We had a patient who had pemphigus vulgaris. It's not a common disease. Your whole body's covered in blisters. There's a approved, FDA-approved treatment for it that works, that is an infusion that can be given outpatient, and the insurance company would not approve it. The clinicians were fighting. Things got so bad, his body became so blistered that he ended up in the ER in an inpatient setting. He was at risk for infection, ended up having a long hospitalization which costs the insurance company more money, where we could happily infuse the medication with no need for authorization because he was now inpatient. But these kinds of things happen over and over again. And like, it's just, as Dr. Shaw was saying, like, right now, all the departments care about is like, you know, making money. Like, I've been told I have to see more patients because they need to meet whatever numbers, and my appointments with me, the dermatologist, is 15 minutes. I have to do the whole exam. I have to do and prep the biopsies, do the biopsies, all in that one visit. And there's nothing I can do. I have no power to say, please, actually, I need to have 30-minute appointments, or I know this patient's really complex. Can I have a 30-minute appointment? If I don't have 13 back-to-back 15-minute appointments in a half day, I am in trouble. How do I want the healthcare system to be better. You want the healthcare system to be better. Patient communities want the healthcare system. People who are here, who are building AI for this healthcare system, want it to be better. My fear is that they're just going to take this AI and instead of saying, oh yeah, the doctors are burned out, you know, the patients don't have access, instead they're going to use the AI to be like, how can we bill more efficiently to make more money? Or how can we squeeze another 5 more patients out of Roxana because now she's not writing notes, so she should really be able to see people in 10 minutes. Like that's the world that, I'm sorry to be a pessimist and depressing, that's the world that I'm afraid we're actually going to end up with and not the magical world that I would like to build.
So I think this is one of the reasons, like when we say the Light Collective, you know, we are drawing from like grassroots experience in organizing. So I heard a little bit of like calls to organize, like amid your fellow physicians or researchers in this funding landscape. I thought that was really creative, but I also want to not just end this amazing 2 days, 3 days on doom and gloom, because this crisis does create opportunity, and at the root of that is figuring out who is adding value to the patient in this system, who is not, and recognizing healthcare is falling apart. Like there's no question about it. We have 36 grassroots organizations that have been part of our cohorts that are members of the Light Collective, ranging from a couple of hundred who are navigating in either Atlanta or rural Florida with you know, their fellow cancer patients and helping them to go through care where they don't have access, all the way to a couple of our organizations are multi-million-dollar. All of them are losing funding too, right? So the question is, how do we partner? And when we partner, I think there's going to be a give and take of what the value exchange is, how we align and protect the interests of the folks who are going to bring about these important innovations, and how we are going to make the opportunity of cost of our time work over the next year of this crisis to get to the next phase.
What I'm hearing is that we will be a lot stronger together.
Yes.
Than we will be apart in our own little silos. I want to open it up to audience questions. Do we have a mic to pass around? They assign someone for them. I see people perking up. Oh, wait a second.
Yeah. I want to know what ideas you have, or what are things, you know, that we created the Patient AI Rights Initiative as just a start. We're trying to take this to the next phase, where we're trying to partner with research institutions and with clinicians who actually want to take the things that we've developed, which are very different than the business of healthcare, and think about how we put it into practice. So questions, what do you guys think, or are we ready to go home because it's the end of the day?
We can, yeah.
Hi. Thank you. Very interesting discussion. I think we're going to have to engage the patient much more thoroughly in their own care. You know, I made an argument about 30 years ago for something I called Guardian Angel, which was a patient-centered medical records, medical advice, medical communication kind of system. It was pie in the sky, and nobody's been able to build it. But one of my arguments was, who cares most about your health? It's not your doctor, it's not your hospital, it's certainly not your insurance company. It's you and your mother. And so I think we're going to need to empower patients to take a more active role. And that does mean creating access to them, to all of their data and all of the knowledge that doctors have. It includes decision support systems aimed at patients to help them understand what their conditions are and what they can do about it, and including the risks and benefits of those things. And it requires a very capable communication system between them and their caregivers so that they're not injecting ivermectin or bleach or whatever. But that's the only out that I see of the conundrum that we're in, because I think the institutions will just not return to giving Roxana half-hour or 45-minute appointments.
I wish they would, but they won't. Yes, you're right.
I mean, I would like to get more tangible than that and say, where are the labs for us to study with, like, just like there are hybrids of different patient communities and cultures, there's like different movements of, you know, the quantified selfies, you know, the ones who love tracking, they're the ones who hate tracking. They're the genomics nerds. There are, oh gosh, there are so many. There's the e-patient movement, if you know e-patient Dave, and the, you know, contingent of patients use AI, a lot of good things there that are happening, a lot of things that scare me. And so where's the network and the safe infrastructure for these early adopters where we're actually treated as co-PIs, as partners, as colleagues in the innovation, or the advisors in your cap tables, like if we're talking about the people 3 days ago who are developing startups. I think we're a lot more comfortable with like working where the interests are aligned directly with the doctor and the patient, because that is where the experience is the most. That is where the skepticism is healthy, and that is where I think we need to really build what creates the most value.
I just want to add to that. I actually love this idea of guardian angel, even though it didn't take off, and because there's actually more than just the data, it's the system. So I am a physician, I understand the data. I know how to get it, I know how to interpret it. The system is impossible to navigate. You know, like, it's like, I mean, I'll give a real life story. I got a speech therapy report from my daughter's school that expressed concern about like sleep apnea. And then I had to like navigate all this stuff to get an appointment to see ENT. I had to wait 6 months. I called several times to see sooner. Then I had to navigate, getting surgery scheduled. And me being like a little compulsive, like actually picked the pediatric anesthesiologist who's going to be involved because I know them. But like anytime I've had to manage care for myself or a family member, even for me, it really involves making a lot of phone calls. I try not to pull the strings behind, because I could if I really wanted to, and like direct message, but I don't feel like that's fair. That's like too much, privilege. And I also want to, on a hopeful note, because Atul Butte was such a hopeful person, he coined this term at the end of his days. He recognized the privilege he had at being at a UCSF hospital with like probably 20 million experts on his cell phone who could answer him. And he coined this term scalable privilege. And the idea behind scalable privilege, which is what I think is like a call to all of us to build, is to build systems and tools that scale the level of privilege that he had to every single person.
Yes. Yeah, I think these are early ideas. My email, andrea@lightcollective.org, if you want to talk to me. If you want to look at the Patient AI Rights Initiative, I would encourage everybody in this room to read it. We spent 6 months really trying to get to what the patients think, and now I'm really trying to figure out how do we debate what's realistic.
Right.
You know, this is what an undistilled view of what patients want. You mentioned a debate with Zach Kahane, and that is exactly like the adversarial approach that we need to take in order to really get to an answer of what the best outcomes may be.
I love it. I know it's been a long day and we've been running over, so I want you to leave us with a
Can I
closing
ask
message.
one short question? I don't know. They gave me the mic, but I can also give it back.
Yeah. Okay, you get one short question, last one.
Yeah. So you talked about, engaging patients as stakeholders in the early stages of developing the research, and I know one of the great talks earlier this conference talked about how the hospital and the clinical data is only the tip of the iceberg, and I think that, the rest of that iceberg is the patient's, minor symptoms or things they're experiencing in the day-to-day, or as our lab, the Done Big Ideas lab does, like their wearable device data, right? And so what I want to pose to you as a patient advocate, which is a question I think our lab and many others are very curious about, is like, you're talking about reaching out to us, and we want to also reach out to patients. And what would you advise to, an academic lab who wants to study, health from a sort of at-home monitoring and patient reporting perspective in terms of how can we connect with you all?
I love this question. So there are good and bad ways to partner with patients. So the first thing I want to say is a couple of resources out there to take a look at. Picori's Foundational Expectations for Partnership and Research is a wonderful resource. We wrote some of this in our digital rights roadmap as well. If you want to read through that, we're talking about the ways that partnerships have gone wrong or right. But at a fundamental level, if you're talking about partner with patients, and it's like, oh, partner capital P versus lowercase p, where it's like, we're going to put a volunteer on a committee and maybe just like talk to them once a year and then put a thank you in the paper. That's not partnership. We're looking for colleagues, not colonizers, if I'm going to channel the great Kendrick Lamar as a quote, closing quote. We want to be in the same positions that you are. We know that you are doing the work that is going to change our lives, and we want to do it alongside you, not about us without us. So capital P partnership looks like building those programs where you're mentoring patients with the promise in the future to create a career path for them. It looks like co-publishing papers and writing them into your grants. Another really great resource comes from the long COVID community. They're amazing at how they organize quickly, and they created something called the Patient-Led Research Collaborative. They have a whole scorecard. So if you go look at that scorecard, before you even talk to a patient community, look at like what are the things you're willing to do and bring that up in the beginning as a partner. Where are your interests aligned? Where are they not aligned? And then when you're ready to have that conversation, we have 36 organizations that we'd be glad to pair you with as long as they meet our standards. And if you're not ready, we're happy to answer your questions to get there.
Wow, I just really hope that you guys will reach out to her. And I mean, I hope by the next time we meet, we as a community are doing a better job of partnering with a big P with patient communities. Thank you again for coming out here and chatting with me. I am really grateful for all your wonderful insights.
And with this, I hail from the wild outside of the walls of a clinic, and we will release you into the wild back home where you will have a wonderful weekend. Thank you for this amazing conference. This has been such a rich discussion, and I have learned so much. So just amazed by everyone in this room.
So the only thing keeping you from traffic is our closing remarks.
met someone new today at CHIL, or yesterday, of the 3 days at CHIL? Who met someone new? Okay, that's like 99%. That 1%, you guys still have 10 fewer minutes. Just go ahead and introduce yourself to someone. Raise your hand if you found a paper that you're going to read after this conference. Okay, that's like 95%. Those other 5%, you know, I support you taking the weekend off, and then maybe on Monday we can talk about all the accepted papers that you want to read through. But in all sincerity, we are at the end of CHIL 2025. What an incredible few days it has been. Thank you so much to all of you for coming, to our speakers for sharing their brilliant ideas and insights. I will confess that I ran the front desk most of the conference and so missed a lot of the conferences and panelists. But one of my favorite questions to ask people as they came in and out was, what's something you learned from one of our speakers or one of our panelists? And you know, it's a wide range of things that really stuck in with people. And so that's been incredibly heartening to hear about it. Thank you to our moderators and our panelists for leading thought-provoking and timely conversations. We put a lot of care into figuring out what would be the most relevant things this month, this week, to be able to discuss. Thank you to our industry leaders who came to our unconference. First time we've done something like that, and I think it was a huge success to talk about navigating the entrepreneurial experiences and the startup world. Thank you to our research roundtable leaders and hosts and guests. Thank you to our 42 poster presenters, our 27 doctoral symposium participants, and our 3 lightning talk presenters who packed a punch, even though it was just a few minutes. On behalf of my co-general chair, Matthew, and I, my name is Irene, by the way, I didn't introduce myself, I'm one of the general chairs. I want to extend our deepest thanks to all of you for making it into the end of CHIL, making it out to here. I know there's a lot of places that you could have spent your week and your time, and we really appreciate that you were here with us. So as you've seen, this conference is brought to life by the most amazing organizing committee, the most amazing on-site volunteers, a governing board, hundreds of dedicated reviewers. So thank you all to people who helped shape this program and make it what it is today. And then last but not least, thank you to our sponsors. As you can tell from the panel earlier today, sometimes it is really nice to diversify the people who support the work. And so we are grateful to Computational Precision Health Department for hosting us here at UC Berkeley. Thank you to the ADIA Lab for championing research excellence through the Best Paper Awards. Thank you to Schmidt Futures, Optum, Google, and all of our other sponsors for making CHIL 2025 possible. And of course, to you guys, thank you attendees. You guys make CHIL special. I love talking to, I feel like I could just talk to anyone who's at CHIL and have a great conversation. And I did for the whole period, the whole 3 days. So thank you so much for being here. We would like your feedback. So we are going to send out a survey like in the next hour or so, probably, who knows, a few hours, and we would like you to tell us what went well from your perspective and what didn't go well. We are going to run CHIL again next year, and we would like to know ways that we can make the experience more awesome than how it is today. Also, you'll have an opportunity to indicate if you'd like to contribute for next year as a contributor, an organizer, or a sponsor. So keep an eye out for that. We will be sharing links to the recorded talks. We will have summaries from our roundtable discussions. We will have virtual posters from authors who couldn't attend in person, so stay tuned for that. All right, before we wrap up, I also want to acknowledge that behind CHIL, there's this organization called ALI, which is the Association for Health, Learning, and Inference, and that is a nonprofit dedicated to building a vibrant interdisciplinary community at the intersection of machine learning and health. So ALI's work includes things like conferences like CHIL, but also retreats, summer schools, and other collaborative initiatives to shape the future of this emerging field. All right, and so one of the things that you guys who stayed all the way to the end, you are the first to know that CHIL 2026 will be held in Seattle. So next June, we will not be in Berkeley, we will be in Seattle. The official call for papers will be released in September. And so keep an eye out and start thinking about the work that you'd like to share then. We will also invite you to attend our next major event, which is the ML4H Symposium happening December 1st and 2nd in San Diego, which will be co-located with NeurIPS. ML4H is a gathering of researchers, clinicians, and industry professionals committing to making machine learning work for health. Call for submissions will be open soon, and so we'd love to see you there. So let's see, okay. Okay, no more slides, great. If you want to get involved with Ali, similar to all the stuff with CHIL, If you want to mentor, collaborate, sponsor, go to ollie.cc or follow us, find me after the event, we can talk more. You can find us on LinkedIn, Twitter, Blue Sky, all of the social media things. We have a mailing list. There are lots of ways to keep up to date with all the news going on. And I guess want to sort of say, together we are shaping the future of machine learning for health. I think it's a really exciting time. I felt like it was an exciting time when I started my PhD in 2016, and I still really feel like it's an exciting time. So thank you all for coming, convening, creating this container, this space for all of us to discuss these ideas, and looking forward to doing the same thing next year. So thank you, everyone. Okay.